All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you can call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, Recep Selimi, and Yakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Before we start the hearing, before we start the hearing of the evidence of prosecution witness W03825, there's a preliminary issue the panel wishes to deal with, namely the issue of the publicity of the proceedings. The panel recalls that last May it ordered the parties and participants to engage in inter-parties discussions and to submit proposals on concrete steps that could be taken to ensure a greater degree of publicity of the proceedings. The specialist prosecutor, the defense, and victims' counsel filed helpful submissions on 31 May and 1 June of 2023. On 30th of October 2023, the panel proposed a procedure for the post-testimony review of private sessions of transcripts of proceedings, of hearings. That day, the panel granted the parties and the participants some time to consider these proposals. Following on from this, the SPO proposed a revised procedure for the post-testimony review of transcripts, and I believe it was mentioned favorably by Mr. Emerson a week ago. The panel would now like to hear the parties and participants' views on these proposals, starting with the prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court is aware, we sent the revised proposal on 1 November 2023 at 6 p.m. We have nothing to add beyond what we've indicated in that proposal.
Mr. Keel.
Yes, Your Honor. I had communicated with Mr. Howling that, as his proposal goes, we have no objection to it. I, of course, have the larger objection, which is, what we're doing here is not open and is closed, and nobody can follow this. And whether or not this procedure, augments that problem or helps or alleviates it, I do believe that it's not going to help at all, because we have closed session after closed session, and people going back and reviewing these transcripts, redacted or undirected. I think the likelihood of people going back to do that, absent academics, is remote. It's just not going to happen. So if we engage in this as we move forward, we're just perpetuating the problem. And I'm not taking issue with what Mr. Howling has put on the table. I'm taking issue as to how we as collectively, Your Honor, are handling this problem. We have to be in a situation where the public understands at the time it's happening what's happening, and we are not close to that, putting aside the particular witness that may be testifying today. We need to go back to the witnesses that are coming up and take a very, very hard look as to whether or not those witnesses merit protective measures. It's hard for me to believe that we have a situation where, for instance, one of the early witnesses didn't have protective measures, and he comes in and says, well, I'm uncomfortable about it, and gets...
Mr. Keogh, shorten it up a bit.
Yes, I don't disagree with this procedure. I think all of us disagree with the fact that we continue to perpetuate a problem of non-disclosure of these proceedings. Thank you.
Mr. Emerson.
We're entirely happy with the revised proposal as the best that can be achieved. The only slight amendment I'd invite Your Honours to consider is that, with the court's permission, the parties, in this case it'll be the defence, should have liberty to apply to the court to seek a further de-redaction if relevant material becomes apparent to us. In other words, if the situation changes, that we should have the right to come back and ask for particular redactions to be lifted, if there's a good enough reason to persuade you that that ought to be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson.
Good morning, Mr.
Mr.
President. Your Honours, we have already agreed to the proposal by the prosecution by email, and I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes, nothing further to add, Your Honours. We've also indicated our agreement.
All right. We will, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
Ellis.
we've also indicated our agreement, and we're content with the prosecution's proposals. We're doing this process in case 4 as well, so we've had experience of it. It is very time-consuming, and if I speak frankly, I'd say we were concerned about the turnaround time for the party receiving the prosecutions or the calling parties redactions, which was 3 days. We would submit that's not really going to be long enough, and the SPO's proposal is much more sensible, we would say.
Thank you very much. We will consider this and enter an oral order hopefully yet today. I note that Mr. Krasniqi is appearing via video link, and the other accused are all present in court. Today we start the hearing on the evidence of prosecution witness W03825. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, before we do that, if I may, in the email to the parties in the panel, there was a request for the consideration of a special measure, which I know I included. I just wanted to make sure if the court wanted to address it, that we did so before we bring the witness in. And if you'd like further discussion, I would just request that we go to private session.
Has an application been made?
It was simply a notification of, since it's a special measure, it's not a protective measure, and it was communicated in the email that was sent, the inter-parties email with the preparation note. So if we could move to private session, I could very briefly explain the situation.
All right, into private session, please. Briefly.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
All right, go ahead, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. This witness indicated when he arrived, when he was preparing to come to The Hague, and then when he arrived in The Hague, that he was interested in testifying in closed session. We advised him of the standard, sought the specifics of why he was making such a request, and after having multiple conversations, which have all been disclosed, we have not made an application for protective measures in this situation. The witness has previously spoken publicly about this incident and publicized the fact that he was coming here as a witness on last Friday, or a week ago Friday.
I'm here now. That's why I'm here.
We are talking also to them.
What's the status with the audio? That? Oh. Could somebody from the translators speak so we can test?
Popo and John.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
All right, court officer, you may bring the witness in.
Mr. President, if I may, just briefly. As I understand, procedurally, the prosecution is not, the witness has requested of the prosecution protective measures, and the prosecution is not making that application. But under Rule 81, the rule specifically grants a witness personal standing to bring an application. Okay, and then we'll make our submissions after that.
Good morning, witness. Can you hear me? Or the translator? Okay.
Yes, I can.
I'll provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, paragraph 2 of the rules. So please read that aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You witness, you may be seated. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 3 days. As you may know, the prosecution may ask you questions first. Victims' counsel will not be asking you questions. Therefore, once the prosecution
Great. Good morning again, witness. I know that you and I have met before. I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Deborah Mayer, and I'll be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. First, I'd like to ask your personal details. Can you please state your full name for the record?
George
George Deday,
What is your date of birth?
23 April
23rd of April, 1954.
And what is your citizenship and ethnicity?
Shqiptar,
I'm an Albanian, a Kosovan.
What is your highest level of education or your highest degree?
kam mbaruar Universitetin e Prishtinës,
I graduated from the University of Pristina, Philosophy and Sociology Department, and finished studies in the Faculty of Law, postgraduate studies, that is.
I'd like to go very briefly through your professional background. Were you a professor from approximately 1984 to 1998?
po kam qenë profesor.
Yes, I was a professor.
And in approximately 1991, did you found and become the chairman of a party in Kosovo?
Në vitin 1900
In 1991, we formed the Liberal Party. Initially, I was the General Secretary of the party, and in 1993, I was elected chairman of the Liberal Party of Kosovo.
In 1998, did you leave your teaching and begin a career in government service, in public service positions?
për arsye se
Because Serbia had intensified genocide and terror against the civilian population of Kosovo, we were forced, and I'm speaking on my behalf, to withdraw from the education and teaching, and I put all my capacities towards the internationalization of the Kosovo issue and towards the organization of the life of the population to the extent we could, since the schools in the Albanian language were closed, the teachers were expelled, and we were trying to do as much as we could to regulate the life in those difficult conditions. These were the main reasons why I left education.
Thank you. And when you left education, did you then start with a number of positions in public service? So member of parliament, and then serving as minister in different departments, and ultimately as ambassador?
unë nuk kam qenë asnjëherë
I was never a minister during the war. I was an organizer of all demonstrations against the butcher and criminal of the Balkans, Milosevic. I organized about 60 demonstrations in Pristina, which I led in '98, in order to sensibilize the issue of Kosovo, the Kosovo to solidarize with the KLA and with NATO in order to intervene in Kosovo to save the innocent civilians against whom an unprecedented violence was being pressured. In '98, we also held some election, which in a way was controversial, but we wanted to have an address when internationals came to Kosovo to negotiate with. The Liberal Party won 6 deputies in the, if I might say so, Assembly of Kosovo, and I was elected one of the deputy speakers of that assembly. And that was the most critical and most historical phase for Kosovo and its future. Then, in addition to other things which we might refer to later, in 2004, I became a member of the Kosovo Assembly. When the Transitional Council was set up, I was a member of that council. I was a deputy minister in several departments, and finally, foreign deputy minister of the Republic of Kosovo. And recently, ambassador of the Kosovo Republic. And I was politically and forcefully obliged to leave by the so-called President Osmani for political purposes, because she replaced me with her husband in cooperation with the Turkish embassy in Skopje. They removed me from the position of the ambassador.
Thank you for your professional background. Were you a member of the LDK ever?
Asniha.
Never. I never was, and I never will.
Were a member of the KLA?
Nukam Chen.
I was not a member of the KLA because not everyone had the privilege or the bravery to become a KLA member.
Sir, do you have any permanent injuries to your right arm?
I don't have an injury. I am injured in my heart. My heart is full of wires. I have stents put in my heart. My soul is hurt, my whole being, because Serbia killed 12 members of my family, civilians, among whom 2 children, Nicola, 15 years old, and Lyndon, 14 years old, students in the high school. In this courtroom, in this composition, I spoke in face of criminal Milosevic. Anton Deda and Mirela Deda came to speak against Milosevic, testifying to all his crimes committed in Kosovo together with his collaborators.
Witness, I'd like to direct your attention to September of 1998. Did you have a position in Parliament at the time?
Yes, I was a member of Parliament and Deputy Speaker of the same Parliament.
Did there come a time in approximately August of 1998 when you were involved in organizing a group of parliamentarians and others to visit the local population?
Yes. After a talk with historic President Dr. Ibrahim Rugova, we discussed that it would be a good thing for the leadership of official Pristina who stayed in Pristina but who were not facing directly the war to go and visit the war zones to form a direct opinion of the situation of the civilian population, which even if I were to stay here for a month, I would not be able to describe. You might not trust what I'm going to say. Only one who has been witness to it can. So President Rugova said that he had talked with the chief of the U.S. diplomatic mission, Sean Burns, that it would be a good thing for us to form a delegation composed of people who can and are brave enough to visit the war zones. I headed the delegation. It was a large delegation. And the first visit that we conducted was on the 29th of August. And then we continued with other visits in Malishev, Blatsk, Belanitz, Gutsat, Selek. The fourth visit was in Drenica, where we heard that the population was in a dire situation, being under the permanent pressure and terror of the Milosevic forces.
If you can limit your answers as best as possible to just the question that I'm asking so that I have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions, all right? We talked about whether or not you were set up a delegation. I'll get to the visits that you did. You mentioned that you contacted President Rugova. Was there any tension at the time between the KLA and other institutions of Kosovo when you went about setting up this delegation?
Well, there was lack of coordination, lack of information. And I'm talking about the political leadership and parties in Pristina, which were very concerned at the appearance of the Kosovo Liberation Army, the guerrilla units, which in fact turned out to be the liberator of Kosovo. So there were individuals, even among various political parties, that disinformed the public regarding the KLA. And personally, I was very willing to go to those zones, endangering our very lives, because we had to pass through Serb post blocks in order to reach the civilian population. You asked me to give brief answers, but what we are discussing, the topic regarding Kosovo, cannot be explained with short answers, because by so doing, we came to a situation that we shouldn't be. So I'm willing to stay here even a month to tell you the truth.
As it is asked. The prosecution will ask follow-up questions if necessary. She's correct. You are going on at length about things that are not in the question. So please listen to the question and just answer the question briefly.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just as an administrative note, I've been informed that the materials that we submitted inter partes that are now marked and have been disclosed, we just ask, with the court's permission, that they be added to the presentation queue so that all the parties can use them. It's the preparation note and the 5 items that were provided by the witness to the SPO. So I just ask for the court.
Any objection to that process?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So my question, sir, was there, you said there was lack of coordination, but would you say there was tension between the KLA and the institutions of Kosovo? That's my question.
There were tensions in the sense that from its public appearance for the first time on the 28th of November 1997 at the burial ceremony of teacher Halid Getsi in Laush, it was looked upon with some reservation, but it started to grow, spread, and enjoy the respect of all Kosovo. So we, political forces, were rather jealous of its appearance.
Tension. You need to talk about the question of whether or not there was tension.
Yes, if we might say so. There were failure, as I said, to coordinate, to understand what was going on.
Were you a supporter of President Rugova?
Yes, that I was certainly a supporter of President Rugova because he's the founder of the platform of Kosovo Republic and State. The later leader, Hashim Thaçi, concluded the process of Kosovo independence.
Right, and you mentioned that you spoke with President Rugova and that there had been a suggestion to set up this delegation. What was your intention? What were you going to do when you made these visits?
Look, I was the chairman of the Liberal Party of Kosovo, the first and only political party in Kosovo which was part of the European Liberal Alliance, Democratic Alliance with its headquarters in Brussels. And I had several visits in NATO headquarters and other institutions. So I had to gather information from the grassroots in order to be able to provide direct information.
To do on your visits. That's all.
Our aim was humanitarian, of a humanitarian nature, to see from close up, live, as we might say, the terror, genocide, and crimes perpetrated by Serbs in legendary Drenica, in brave Drenica, which was often subject to crimes, discrimination, also in the past. And we wanted to get first-hand information on what was going on.
You mentioned that you went to several locations. Can you just list the number of visits that you had in each location, so in order?
You want me to describe all visits, but then I will be speaking quite at length.
I don't want you to describe all visits. I want you to just list. So tell us how many visits?
Four visits.
So if you can just tell us the
That's
number
right.
of visits.
Sorry.
And then list the locations of each visit.
4 visite.
4 visits. Malishev, Bain Pagarush, and Belanic Gucat up to Senate. The 3rd visit, we were stopped by Serbian paramilitaries in Pej because we wanted to go to Gločan, where we had heard that in the Catholic Church were gathered thousands of displaced Albanians, but the paramilitaries forced us to go back to Pej, threatening us, telling us that go straight, because if you stop somewhere, we are going to kill you. So they forced us to go to Pristina. The 4th visit was to Prekaz.
I'm sorry, where was the 4th visit?
The 4th correction was Drenica, because we got information that the Drenica population was in a indescribable situation, unimaginable situation for you. So we wanted, as I said, jeopardizing our life, to see from close up the civilian population in Drenica. And we stopped first at Cherez village.
Just to make sure we have a clear record, there were 4 planned visits. You made the first 2 visits. On the 3rd visit, you were turned back by Serbian authorities, and your 4th visit stopped in Cherez. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I want to focus on your visit, that 4th visit, the one to Cherez. Do you recall the date that you went on that visit?
Mund të ketë qenë 19.
It might have been 19th or 20 September 1998. Well, 25 years have passed since then, and what we went through, I can't tell you. I don't know how I'm able to come and sit here before you.
All right, about how many people were in this group when you went on that visit to Chiraz in September 1998?
Përveç disa
Apart from some deputies, we were, I can't be accurate, 10 or 12 deputies maybe. There were journalists, some ladies, drivers, because we went wearing suits and ties with cars like we were going to a wedding. I told you why we went. And in Chiraz, maybe our group consisted of 30, 35 members. I don't want to speculate, but more or less that was the number.
Do you recall the names of the delegates, so the members of parliament that were on that visit?
I have a remark critical remark. You haven't left me here, given me here a notebook to write the names, to remember the names, because 25 years have passed and I can't remember what I did yesterday. If you take into account what I went through, you may understand that I may have forgotten things and I might appear as if I am not sincere and truthful, which in fact I want to tell the truth before this court. I was the chairman of this delegation. Nekhibe Clemendi was my deputy in a way, I would say. A lady whose husband and two sons were later killed by the Serbs. They killed 12 members of my family. There were other members, Isuf Telaku, Agim Krasnici, Hasim Dermaku, Sokol Blakaj, Agim Krasnici, Nedi Bardi. You have the names. So the names I've given you, those are the names. Maybe I may have forgotten someone.
Thank you. And if there is something that'll refresh your recollection, the court will allow us to bring that up. So I'm going to do that now. If I could ask the court officer, with the court's permission, to bring up it's ERN SITF 000-55872. I'm sorry, 55783 to 000-55996 is the document. And then within that document, if you can go to page 90 to 91 of the PDF, it's 55872 in the English and 873 in the Albanian. Sir, do you see that document on the screen?
Oh.
Yes.
Of the names of the delegates that were there in Shiraz?
Oh.
Yes.
And to the right of their name, it has, I'll start with you, your name is at the top, and it has PLK. What does that stand for?
Partia Liberale.
Liberal Party of Kosovo.
Down the list, there are similar notations on the right for each of the individual delegates. Are those the political parties of each of those delegates?
Për partit
LDK, Democratic League of Kosovo, Democratic Popular Party of Kosovo, Independent Trade Unions, Christian Democratic Party of Kosovo. These are the acronyms for the political parties.
So my question is, those notations on the right, is that the political party of the person that it's listed next to? So for instance, Ms. Kalamendi, she was LDK, so that's why that notation is there?
po.
Yes. Yes.
To ask you if you could describe how it is that you got to Chirez. Did you all go together in one vehicle? Did you take separate vehicles?
Jo se nuk kemi shku me autobus.
No, we did not go by bus. We could not go by one vehicle. We were too many persons. We went with several vehicles. I was with Madam Kelmendi in the first vehicle. The other vehicles were following up. We were stopped at checkpoints. We were checked. We were threatened. We were offended, but we did proceed with the journey.
And when you say that you were stopped, were you stopped at Serbian checkpoints?
Në çdo punkt serb.
At every Serb checkpoint, there were Serb checkpoints along the road manned by paramilitaries, police officers, members of the military, fascists, racists, whatever you could find at that time in Kosovo.
And you did get through those checkpoints, though, unlike the earlier visit, you made it to Chirez, is that right?
Po ne shkuam.
We went there because we wanted to go, but they could send us back, they could imprison us, they could kill us. We were ready for all possible variants.
And my question is, you did get through all those checkpoints on this visit and make it to Chirez, is that right?
Po ja dolëm dhe arritëm në Çerez.
Yes, we did arrive in Chirez.
The KLA on your journey to Chirez?
Në Çerez kemi.
In Chirez, we saw, more precisely at the entrance to Chirez, we saw KLA members. We went to the village mosque at the outset. As far as I remember, it had been shelled by the Serbian forces at that time. I visited the population, the civilian population, the ill, the children, the women who were in that mosque in deplorable conditions. I spoke to them, we spoke to them to encourage them. It's a mistake that you're not letting me describe this in more detail, because after these visits we would go to the diplomatic US mission in Kosovo and to the International Red Cross with these details so that they could help the population. So we visited them, then we visited information center of the LDK, an office, to be able to ask the local population about the situation in Chirez.
Sir, I appreciate that you want to add more detail, but I'm asking you before you got to Chirez, though, so we haven't gotten there yet. I may have other questions that get to what you're speaking to. So my question is, did you encounter the KLA before arriving in Shiraz? And I believe you said that it was at the entrance to the village. Is that right?
E kemi pa një makinë.
We saw a vehicle. It's a problem for me to remember all the details, to recall, in fact, the details. But they did not speak to us, they just moved on, and we were not worried at all from the KLA members. Our main concern was the situation of the civilian population, and to tell you the truth, when we saw the KLA, we were very happy and very proud.
Do you know if the KLA was aware of your visit ahead of time, before you arrived in Shiraz?
Nuk e besoj.
I don't think so, because in Pristina there was a KLA office, so-called office, headed by Mr. Adem Demaci, and as far as I know, Albin Kurti, the current prime minister, was there in that office as an interpreter or something like that. I don't know in what capacity, but we did not inform that office because we didn't deem it reasonable. Maybe it was our mistake, but we didn't deem it reasonable to inform them. So the KLA was not aware that we were going to go to Chires.
Had your visits to the earlier visits prior to Shiraz, had they been publicized in the media?
Po janë bë publike, sepse unë kur
Yes, they were made public because never in my life had I done secret visits or anything like that. Everything in my life was in public.
And so did you think that the KLA was aware because your visits, your prior visits had been in the media?
unë nuk muj me ditë se nuk
I wouldn't be able to know that because I did not ask them. Maybe they were based on the media, but they didn't have time to deal with the media. Their main concern was the Serbian terror and the civilian population. So I wouldn't be able to know that.
Court to bring up 034236 to 034287. And within that, in the English, page 034241. And in the Albanian, 034236. At the bottom, going to the top of the next page if possible. My apologies. For the Albanian, could we go to, I believe it's bottom of 034250. Do you recall giving prior sworn testimony about this incident back in 2014?
Unë datat edhe vitet
I cannot possibly remember dates and years. You did not allow me to bring in notes with me. If you allow me, I would like to say just one word about myself with the permission of the panel.
Just, for now, just answer the questions that are asked of you.
Sir, and as you were instructed, the documents are up here on the screen. So I know you don't have your own papers, but the documents that I'm asking you to look at are here on the screen. Can you see them okay?
Partly.
Do you see here where you talk about the KLA, encountering the KLA before entering the village of Chires? And the prosecutor asks you, you told them why you were going there, and you said yes, but they also must have known because it had been in the media, and also they would have found out through their own people. Do you recall giving that answer?
Listen, I was very clear, although these things are irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Maybe they are relevant for you. Now, whether I said they must have known or didn't know, these things happened a long time ago. And it's difficult for us to remember all the details, because to be able to remember all the details, we should have had a video camera, recorded all the visits, and recall everything now. We are talking about events that happened a quarter of a century ago during wartime, and disregarding of what we went through. So now it's difficult for us even to remember our own names.
So my question again, sir, is do you recall giving that answer, the answer specifically, in talking about the KLA and being asked, you told them why you were going there, question mark, from the prosecutor, and your answer was yes, but they also must have known because it had been in the media, and also they would have found out through their own people. Do you remember that now, having had it read to you?
Look, whether they must have known or not, I can confirm even today that I don't know whether they knew or not. As I said, it was irrelevant. This was something that was in the media. We did not go there secretly. We didn't go to any of the visits secretly. Everything was in public. And that's why I said that they could have known from the media.
I understand. And witness, neither you nor I determine what is relevant. That's for the judges to decide, all right? In terms of other humanitarian visits, had you encountered the KLA on previous visits, some of the earlier ones that you told us about?
Yes, yes. We encountered KLA members during our visit in Malishev municipality, Bany, Pagarush villages, and they were cooperative and appreciated our sacrifice and efforts to make those visits.
When you arrived in Chires, you mentioned going to the mosque and speaking with the population. Is that right?
Kjo është e vërtetë.
This is correct.
And you've already told us that your purpose was to see the humanitarian situation there. And how did you engage? Did you speak to people one-on-one? Did you make remarks or a speech to a group? What happened?
I kemi pyet popullatën civile.
We spoke to the civilian population about their needs. There were women who were ill, pregnant, there were children without parents. So we asked them about their needs so that upon our return to Pristina through the observation mission, U.S. observation mission, and the International Red Cross, be able to help that population. That's why we went there, to visit them, to meet them, to collect information, because that information was of particular importance to me, because at the time, without exaggerating, I was playing the role of the foreign minister, having contacts with international centers. So I played that role to be able to help Kosovo. This was the aim of this visit. We spoke with the local population in Chires, as well as the people who had gathered there from other villages of the Nisa area.
And about how long did you engage with the people and talk to them? Do you recall how long that was?
Look, however I try, I wouldn't be able, that would be far from the truth. For several hours, something like that.
And after you met with the population, did there come a point where you interacted with the KLA? So not just saw them, but actually engaged with them?
Pastaj kemi shku me një dhomë.
We then went to a room. As I said, we were told that it was the information office of that village used by the LDK at that time. We didn't know what that office was. Then we spoke to the population and took note of their needs, concerns, and about the situation. Before we entered that office, we came across Gani Kosi, whom I knew from before. He was an LDK official before that. He had been an LDK official in the past and had then joined the KLA. I don't know what his rank was, but at the time he was KLA. Members of the delegation discussed things with Ghani, maybe not very pleasant discussions, who are you, where are you from, and so forth. And there were some criticism against the KLA that our efforts to resolve the situation of Kosovo through dialogue was a utopia. We then entered the office, that room, spoke to the population. If you want me to continue, I will continue. If you want me to stop here, I will stop here.
Thank you. I'll ask a follow-up question. You mentioned, I asked you if you encountered the KLA. You said yes. You mentioned an individual named Gani Kosi. How did you know Gani Kosi was in the KLA?
Oh.
Yes. We knew that because he was dressed in KLA uniform. And we had heard that from LEK, he passed on to KLA. He became a member of the KLA.
Were there other members of the KLA there also in uniform?
Pastaj, kur kemi biseduar,
Then when we talked inside this room with the inhabitants, person number one entered the room
dy shoqëruese,
with two other people, or three. I can't be accurate. And he asked us, "Who are you?"
There, did you see other members of the KLA besides the people that you recognize? Just, or was it only one or two people? Were there other members of the KLA also dressed in uniforms?
në Qerez nuk kemi takuar.
In Jerez, we didn't meet anyone else, other members of the KLA.
Well, do you recall black vehicles arriving with members of the KLA and coming to you at the community office in Shiraz?
Thonë drejtën, unë nuk jam
To tell you the truth, I wasn't concerned with looking for vehicles. I was focused on listening to what the civilian population was telling me about the alarming situation of the population which were displaced and terrorized, in Drenica.
If we could go to the document that's up on the screen now, in the English at page 034242, and in the Albanian 034251, in the middle towards the bottom. I think for the English, it's a little bit higher up. For the Albanian, it's towards the bottom. Thank you. All right. Sir, do you recall being asked when you gave testimony in 2014, in talking about your visit to Shiraz, when did you next see the KLA? And your answer was, after we made speeches, black vehicles of the KLA arrived and they entered into the community office. Do you recall that?
Kjo s'më kujtohet.
I don't recall that.
Okay, having had that read to you, does it refresh your memory that you saw black vehicles pull into Shiraz and come, then people entered from the KLA, entered the community office?
Më thonë drejtën,
To tell you the truth, the reason for this visit, or the truth about this visit, I said that on the same day, 2 hours after my return. You have the recording, the video. I said that to the VOA. I said that at the meeting of the presidency 4 or 5 days after that event. So you can have access to all these public documents. The other things I have said during the days when we buried the members of the family, so many things I have forgotten. I was distressed. So even a letter I sent a year ago, in that letter I said, these are close things for me. Maybe not for you.
Black vehicles.
s'kam pa unë
I didn't see any black vehicles. I can't distinguish between the colors even today.
All right, and going to the next question, I also just asked you about seeing other people in military uniforms, and you were asked this question: how did you know it was the KLA? Your answer was, because they were in their uniforms. There were some in civilian clothes. Those in uniforms were wearing mostly black military uniforms and insignia. The prosecutor then asked, what insignia? Your answer was UÇK, the acronym in Albanian for KLA. So do you remember now, having had that read to you, that you saw members in uniforms, including in black uniforms with insignia in Cheras?
Thash se për
I already told you, we heard about Gani Kotsi, that he had joined the KLA. Person number one also was in the media that he was injured or not injured, things to do with him. And maybe there were some other people accompanying him because it was a dramatic moment. We may suppose that there were KLA members, but whether they had insignia and to be so specific, I couldn't do that. I didn't have the chance to do that.
And you started telling us that there were some insults and there were questions about why you were there. What were you asked about by the KLA in this community office? What did they ask you?
Not the KLA, but person number one. He insulted us. Why are you here? What do you want? Who are you? Why have you come here? He collected our IDs and he ordered that the ladies, members of the delegation, the drivers, the journalists accompanying us to go back to Pristina, whereas we, others, remained. About 13 deputies, members of different parties that we read earlier. He didn't give us back our IDs, telling us that we have to do some talking with you, so you have to stay on, because we need to talk to you. Then the vehicles came and took us. For the moment it was unknown for us where, until we found out that we arrived in Baița.
Okay, well, I want to stay in Cheras for just a moment. Did you see Hashim Thaçi in Cheras?
No, I never saw in my life Hashim Thaçi. In Pristina or in Cheras, I saw him in Baița 2-3 hours after what happened.
If we can go to the document that's on the screen in the English, it's bottom of page 034242 to the top of 034243, and in the Albanian it's 034252. Do you recall being asked this question in 2014? At the moment when you arrived, did you have contact with members of the KLA? Your answer was, I never had any contacts in my life with them before that day, but I knew Hashim Thaçi because a few months before that, he gave an interview to a newspaper, and there was a picture, many pictures of him. They used to call him the snake, Yaspari. So I knew he was the one. Sabit Getzi was there too. After listening to the cassette player, they asked to see our IDs. We have them our ID, gave them our IDs. I believe that's a typo. We told them that most of us were members of parliament. Do you recall saying that?
No, I don't recall that. Probably that interview has taken place after these events. Maybe it was then that I recognized Hashim Thaçi. As far as Chires goes, I told you that it was in Bates that I met Hashim Thaçi for the first time, and in Paris at the Rambouillet conference.
Well, are you aware that Hashim Thaçi himself admitted to being in Shiraz on the day that you were all detained?
You can ask him. I will answer about myself, and I am responsible to everything I have done, to this panel and to everyone.
Right, you also mentioned individual one. Had you seen him before?
No, but I knew about him. Like we knew Gani Kotsi in Baïz, I knew also Tahir Descu from Pristina. I saw him there. But I didn't have the privilege of knowing Hashim Thaçi in Pristina.
All right, so getting back to the delegation, you said that what happened with the women and the journalists? Tell us what happened.
They were told to go back to Pristina, and they did so. They ordered them to go back to Pristina.
And for the delegates who remained, what were you told? Were you told that you were under arrest?
No, we were not under arrest. We were not arrested. We were told to stay on. Such a extended delegation like ours was, if we think about that, which was going to the war zones wearing ties and civilian clothes and in cars, would have raised suspicions for every army in the world, let alone for the KLA, as to who these people are. Among these people, maybe there was someone, I'm not saying that there was, but supposedly there might be suspects. Maybe they have come to get information about the KLA. Maybe they serve certain services that were flourishing in Kosovo then, like Serbs, Soviet, you name it. So they were completely in their right to have suspicions. That would be the case with every army in the world. That was the purpose of why they stopped us there, to know who we were, why we were there.
When you previously testified, did you describe what you were told as being told that you were, quote, under arrest?
No. I was not under arrest. I was arrested often by the Serbian forces, but never by the KLA.
With the same document on the screen in the English to 034244, and in the Albanian, I think towards the bottom of 034253. Right. In your 2014 testimony, you were asked the following question: by the prosecutor, what happened exactly? And your answer was, the KLA came in. After they had listened to the speech on the tape, they said, quote, "You are under arrest," period. Do you recall giving that testimony?
No, I don't recall that I have said under arrest. Further on, I have some criticism regarding being questioned that I never had a lawyer, I never had a legal advisor. I am not a lawyer.
Sir, in this testimony, you were advised at the outset of the testimony that you were being asked to give evidence in a criminal investigation. Do you remember that?
Io,
No.
sinceramente,
Frankly speaking, I could not even think that people fighting for freedom, like the cases with Ukraine now, is going to be penalized for that.
Not my question. My question is, do you recall, you mentioned not knowing what was going on or not having a lawyer. Do you recall being given an advisement at the beginning of your testimony in 2014 about why you were being asked to give testimony? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that. I'm not very sure.
If we can go to the first page, bottom of each of these document on the screen. Sir, do you recall?
Microphone, please.
You can see on the screen there on the first page, you actually testified in May on two different dates, on the 19th of May, 2014, and then again on the 21st of May, 2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the dates.
Twice?
Probably, yes. It's possible.
You were given the same advisement on both days at the beginning of your testimony before you were asked questions. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Well, you see here, it says you were warned that you were giving evidence in a criminal investigation, that you were obligated to testify, that you were obligated to tell the truth, that if you didn't tell the truth, you could be prosecuted, that if you believed you might incriminate yourself as a result of answering a question, you may refuse to answer, and that you need not answer a particular question if it is likely that you would expose yourself or a close relative to disgrace, considerable financial loss, or criminal prosecution. Do you remember those advisements? And you can read them on the screen if you want to. Do you recall that?
I think you are doing me an injustice. Because you are asking me about things that have happened 25 years ago. You should remember that in front of you is someone who has made sacrifices, a lot of sacrifices in the Balkans, in Europe, and you should regard me with consideration. I can't remember every statement I've given. I was under electoral, emotional pressure, thinking what happened to the members of my family who were returned to us, mutilated, and that. Maybe when I gave this statement, I was not myself. I was immature, and I feel bad about that now. And I publicly apologize. But they are not really linked to the reality.
What you've just told the panel, which is you've told us that you didn't really understand what was going on and that you were never given an attorney and you should have been given an attorney. Do you recall just giving that testimony?
Yes, yes. I would have had a lawyer, a legal advisor. I should have been explained things because now you are talking to a living corpse. I in fact was then and now a corpse.
Sir, and that's what I'm trying to go through. I just read you the explanation that you were in fact given at the beginning of your testimony on both of those days. So those things were explained to you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall them being explained to me, and it seems that they were trying to get as many incriminating elements against Akele as possible. For what reason, I don't know.
Sir, as it says, you were told that you were testifying in a criminal investigation and that you were obligated to tell the truth. You mentioned about having an attorney. The next sentence on the screen, if you can look at it, says, you were advised, if you believe that you need the assistance of an attorney as a result of answering a question, you may hire and consult an attorney. Do you recall being given that advisement before you were asked any questions in that investigation?
I don't think I was.
You also mentioned about what the purpose was. Do you recall being advised that this was a criminal investigation seeking the truth and the most accurate recollection of the facts that you can provide? If you do not understand the question being asked, you should request that the question be asked differently. If you believe that there is a document or other evidence that may help you answer a question more accurately or remember the facts more vividly, you are obligated to tell us. Do you recall being given those advisements before you were questioned?
I always tell the truth, regardless of the price. I do not remember receiving such advisement, and regarding the emotional family situation at the time, collecting dead bodies, burned bodies, I was then taken in for questioning, and this for me constituted a violation of human rights.
Do you recall that at the end of your testimony on both days, you actually swore and signed your statement at the end, saying that you have read the minutes in English with the assistance of interpreter and that you acknowledge the testimony is yours and you sign the record without objection? Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember anyone asking me about an oath, a solemn oath, where my signature is, I will confirm that at any time, will not deny it. However, let me repeat it once again. The moment, the situation, the developments in terms of my family and me as a person, 90% of the statements I gave after the war, I was not, so to say, normal and able to tell the truth. I am now ready to face everything just as I was ready in the past to sacrifice my life for Kosovo. My life has no other value. As I said today, I am living dead. I don't know why I am alive. I am a courageous man by nature. I was ready and I am ready to sacrifice my life for a cause, but never, ever to label or blemish a titanic and epic liberation army, which is one of the cleanest armies in the history of world wars, and that is the Kosovo Liberation Army.
You said that you could confirm your signature. If we could go to page 03244 for the May 19th portion. And there is no signature on the corresponding Albanian, so it's just in English. Do you see also your initials at the bottom of the page, sir? Do you see that? Your initials are at the bottom of each page?
Yes.
Every single page of your testimony.
Every single page I initialed, and in every page you'll find my initials and signature.
That's your signature on the screen there at page 03244.
On the English version, yes.
Do you recall who specifically told you that you were under arrest or that you were detained, under detention? Who told you that?
We were not told that we were under arrest, but that we had to stay there, that they needed to talk to us. And this we were told by person number one.
Well, it wasn't just that they needed to talk to you. When we met on Friday, you indicated that you weren't sure the exact words, but it was either you weren't sure if they exactly said you're under arrest or under detention, or we will ask you questions. So when we spoke at the end of last week, you actually weren't sure about which of those words were used. So it could have been that you were under arrest or under detention. Is that right?
That's why I don't want to speculate. To say under arrest, I could be lying. I'm talking about the aim, the goal of our detention. They wanted to know whether there were suspicious persons amongst us. And to tell you the truth, I thought this was a good solution because we didn't want to go back to Pristina there were patriots all over the world making statements who were not courageous enough to come and fight themselves in Kosovo. They were saying things about delegations, about the Kere. There was this mountain of accusations. I'm here before a court just as if I'm in a primary school before a teacher.
Well, if you mean by that there are rules in the court, that is true. There are rules, and we all have to follow them together, all right?
I respect this court. It was not you who established this court. It was politics that established it, somebody above you.
If we can just focus on when you were all stopped, the delegation and the women were sent away. The KLA members that were there, were they armed?
The escorts, they did have weapons. I think they did. I did not see the rest. Those who had arms maybe were in state of readiness because there was fighting going on against Serbian population, and they were probably getting ready to defend the civilian population.
And did you have a cell phone with you, or did people in your group have cellular telephones with you on that visit?
We had, some did. I did not make notes about that, who didn't. At the time, the call sign was 063 for the phones during the fascist Milosevic times, that is.
Did they take away your cell phones when they detained you?
They took the phones to check whether there were suspicious calls made or received, just like today, to collect information. Just like you take phones today in Kosovo. The phones at the time were not operational. We say there were no waves, which means there was no reception. The reception was very poor, and you could hardly use them. You had to go up to Čičavica to be able to use them.
When you were detained by the KLA, told that they had more questions for you, were you free to walk away? Could you have left?
We were told that we had to leave, to get into the vehicles and go to another village. There was no reason for us to leave because we were not worried. We were amongst our own army.
But if you had wanted to walk away, could you have walked away? That's my question.
I cannot say now without being in such situation. Had I walked away, maybe I would have been stopped, maybe I wouldn't. To tell you the truth, I was the last that wanted to leave from there. I was the head of the delegation, and I was at the head of all the dangers in Kosovo during 1998, 1999. In Pristina, I was person number one who took upon himself all the risks existing in Pristina at the time.
with the same document, go to page 34257 in English, and starting at the bottom of page 034273 in Albanian. And for the English, if you can just move it up a little bit. Thank you. Sir, does this refresh your memory about whether you could walk away? Being asked the following questions, the prosecutor asked, they said you were under arrest. Did they do anything else to affect that arrest? Witness, that's you. They told us to get out, after which they put us in different vehicles. Prosecutor, after they told you to get out, did you feel detained? Witness, yes, I absolutely did not believe that such a thing could happen because we had not done anything wrong. We had only taken the risk and risked our lives in order to be with the civilians. Prosecutor, did the persons who told you to get out have any weapons on them? Witness, they may have. I did not see any weapons on Hashim Thaçi. He was in civilian clothes, but the other members of the KLA outside were armed. Prosecutor, were they involved in putting you into the vehicles? Witness, yes, there were 13 people and they had put us into different cars. Prosecutor, what prevented you or any other member of your delegation from walking away from this? Witness, I did not dare because the KLA were outside surrounding us with vehicles. Prosecutor, were you detained? Witness, yes, they took away our cell phones and they took us to the school building. Does that refresh your memory about whether or not you could have walked away and why you couldn't have walked away? Because the KLA was surrounding you and they were armed.
Nuk kishim arsye që të largohesh.
There was no reason for us to leave. And I absolutely deny the word arrest, because whenever I would be arrested by the Serbian police, they would handcuff me and take me to the police station. That would be an arrest. Now, if somebody stops you to have a conversation with you, that cannot be called an arrest or detention. I'm categorical in this respect. After I had buried 12 victims, members of my family, I had no time to go back in time to think about things and maybe at that time I wanted to strike Hashim Thaçi because we were political rivals in political campaigns, but I did not see him. I'm not the lawyer of our honorable president, Mr. Thaçi, but I have the obligation to tell the truth here. I did not see Hashim Thaçi in Chires, and whenever you ask me of this, you will receive the same answer, even if you execute me here.
I understand. That wasn't my question. I didn't have a question about Mr. Thaçi at that point. I was asking you about whether or not you were detained. Sir, we can't speak over each other. So I was asking you about whether or not you were detained and whether you could walk away. And you said that you never would have walked away, but in your earlier testimony, you said you did not believe such a thing could happen because you didn't do anything wrong. Do you recall saying that?
Po. Yes. I did not believe that they had suspicions regarding us. Because suspicion is the only way to come to the truth. They were right to have suspicions to come to the truth. And after 2 days, they came to the truth that there was nothing wrong with the delegation. So I didn't even think or try to flee. That was not in my mind. Never in my mind have I fled something. I don't know what fleeing is. When I was in danger, when I was surrounded by the Serbian police in demonstrations, in war, never in my life. Because what we did out of our own free will. There was no reason to go away, and the most so in my capacity as a head of delegation. So.
And put into vehicles and driven to this other location, why didn't you just get back in the vehicles that you had driven yourselves? Why were you put into vehicles by the KLA?
Because our cars were used to take the distinguished ladies and the journalists back to Pristina because they couldn't walk from here to Pristina. So the KLA members put us into their own cars and took us to Bites.
When you were taken to Bites, who was in the vehicle with you?
I remember that the driver was Suleiman Selimi. There was someone else with me. I'm not very certain who the person was, believe me. And if I'm not certain about something, it might be unjust to mention someone by name. It's better to assume all responsibility myself rather than having my words causing damage to someone else by mentioning names I'm not sure about.
I understand that you're not sure now. Do you recall testifying 10 or 9 years ago in 2014 that you were in the car with Recep Salimi?
Maybe it was him. Not because he's here now. Because you might think I'm subjective in my statement. But the person who was in the car with me, and I'm not sure it was Recep Selimi, he behaved towards me like I was his parent. I'm telling you a detail I never revealed before. I was very thirsty. Like now, I don't have any coffee or any. Maybe we all should have some coffee without wanting to interfere in your rules, and I apologize if I am doing so. In front of a house, I saw someone selling some drinks, and I kindly asked the person with me to go out and buy this drink for me, which he did. I didn't have any issue with the driver or with the person next to me, but I didn't know Recep Selimi. I had never seen him, so I'm not sure it was him.
Well, you said the person who you rode with was nice to you. Do you recall whether or not you spoke with that person? Do you recall whether or not you spoke with that person who you previously identified as Recep Salimi about why you were under arrest? Sir, because not only can the interpreters not interpret, but there's a record of the proceedings, and they can't get it down if we speak over each other, all right?
Sorry.
So do you recall having had a conversation in the vehicle on your way to Baitsa with the person that you've previously identified as Recep Salimi?
Yes, we discussed, as far as I remember, about my work where I teach as a professor, what subject I teach, things like that. Like two brothers might discuss with one another.
Do you recall asking that person why you were being detained, why you were under arrest, and letting them know that you were the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, the President of the Liberal Party, and affiliated with the Liberals of Brussels, and asking that person?
They knew because the Liberal Party was the next party after the LDK. We were very well known in the political scene of Kosovo. I personally was known. The others might not be as known as I was. I was a public persona. So the talk was quite normal, the ordinary talk between two people, two friends, two brothers.
Well, do you recall previously describing this conversation not as brothers, but being told after you asked why you were under arrest, being told that you have no right to ask any questions because you're under arrest? Do you recall saying that?
No, I don't believe that. I don't remember that.
Can we go in the document to 034258 in English and 034274 in the Albanian, please? The prosecutor says, "Go on, you spoke to the person next to you, and you answered, I asked Salimi who he was, and he answered, Guri. I asked him where we were, which village this is. He answered that I have no right to ask because I am under arrest. I said, I, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, President of the Liberal Party, and affiliated with the Liberals in Brussels. He said yes. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall that. 25 years have passed by, and you are asking me. If you asked me about the recent things I did 2-3 days ago, I wouldn't be able to say.
You indicated that you were being taken to Bajca. Where specifically did you go when you arrived in Bajca?
To elementary school, Mijeni was its name, in Bajca village.
And was that all of the delegates that had been in Shiraz? Did you all arrive at the schoolhouse in Bajca?
Yes, all of us. Initially, they took us to a hall like a corridor before going to the classroom. There were some chairs there. We sat there, all of us.
Did Recep Salimi, was he there?
Yes, he was there.
Did he have anything to do with your ID cards? You mentioned earlier that your ID cards were taken. Did he have anything to do with your ID cards?
Yes. No. Person number one collected our IDs, and I didn't meet Recep Salimi in Shiraz at all. Then Recep Salimi returned very politely all our IDs, addressing us as professors, intellectuals. He apologized and gave back our IDs to us.
Well, prior to giving back your IDs, did he ask you questions after addressing you as professors and intellectuals? Did he ask you any questions?
When he gave them back to us, the IDs, he said those words. Then there was no conversation other than that. It was late afternoon.
Madam Prosecutor, we can take the morning break at this time if it's a convenient spot.
Happy to stop whenever Your Honors are ready.
Okay, we will. Witness, we'll have a morning break for a half an hour to give you a little time to rest. Thank you. Please, you may be accompanied by the court officer. We are adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness into the courtroom. Witness, we will continue with the direct examination by the prosecution. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up where we left off before the break, we were talking about Recep Salimi and your identification cards. Do you recall previously describing Recep Salimi sitting in the front of a classroom and talking with you, the members of the delegation, about why you were there while he was looking at your ID cards? Do you recall that?
He was sitting on the chair. We were sitting as well. He looked at the ID cards. And gave them back to us. He said that some of us were professors, others had various professions, all intellectuals. He said, "We're sorry, we have to go through this." He returned our IDs and left. We were left there sitting on those chairs.
So your testimony now is that he apologized to you? Is that your testimony?
Look, this is how it was, because he was right to apologize. Indeed, I wouldn't see person number one took our IDs in duress. It wasn't him.
If we could pull up on the same document that's on the screen, going to page 034258, the bottom of that page in the English, and in the middle of the page on 034275 in Albanian. Do you recall testifying in 2014, the prosecutor asked, when you were in the school, who did you recognize there? Your answer was, they put us into a classroom with chairs. Recep Salimi sat at the place where usually the teacher sits with our ID cards. He said, how come you guys, you are all professors, intellectuals, how did you come here? I told him, we had come there as members of a humanitarian mission, and by doing so, we had endangered our lives. But we thought our lives would be endangered by the Serbs, not the KLA. And at the top of the next page in the English, prosecutor, where were the other members of the KLA you mentioned when Salimi was saying this? Your answer, they may have been upstairs. They had their own offices. In a given moment, a group entered the classroom. Do you recall now that Recep Salimi asked you what you were doing there, and there's no mention of an apology? Do you recall giving that testimony under oath? Back, did KLA soldiers then approach your delegation?
Recep Salimi.
After this, Recep Salimi left. I wouldn't know exactly how many minutes after this, because I didn't check my watch. After which, a group of young men came in. Now, The way I perceived them, they were wearing masks. They didn't bear any KLA insignia. They entered that lobby. A verbal altercation ensued, exchanges, debates, various insults against us, directed to us. I don't know what information they had as to who we were and why we're there. So this whole thing lasted a minute or half a minute or a minute and a half. I wouldn't want to speculate. I wouldn't know for sure.
Well, before we get to what happened, you said that they were wearing masks. Do you recall previously describing that they were also wearing, most of them were wearing uniforms as well as masks? Do you recall testifying to that in 2014?
Yeah.
No. They were not wearing uniforms. Look, maybe some of them had a jacket or combined with jeans or something. They were not an army like a regular army with uniforms and KLA insignia. I don't know how to qualify them because I'm not the right person to do this. I didn't have enough knowledge. We, people in Pristina, were not really familiar with the KLA because we were living normal lives in Pristina. We were going in restaurants and cafes and as if there was no war at all.
Pull up in the English 034259 and in the Albanian bottom of 034275. Oh, on the English just a little bit higher. Sorry, in the Albanian it's towards the bottom. Well, to refresh your memory, do you recall saying that, tell us about that group, the prosecutor asks, and your answer is the group belonged to the KLA. Most of them were wearing uniforms as well as masks, and they said to the first person who's seated there, they called them by name, they began maltreating that person, they began beating him up with a wooden stick. Do you remember giving that testimony where you described them as wearing uniforms as well as masks?
I don't think I said with uniforms. This was a group of young men, as ill-informed, incited by I don't know what, and I did not see any KLA insignia on any of them.
Your testimony today is you didn't see any uniforms or KLA insignia.
That's right.
Do you recall approximately how many of them were in the group?
You're asking me very tough questions, but I have to ask, and this is why I'm here. They were probably 4, 5, 6, around this number. It was not a large group.
And what did this group of 4 to 6 approximately individuals do?
Look, I've lived the last 25 years from that event as a snake under a stone, denigrated, insulted, humiliated because of the opinion of what happened on that day. Because specific anti-KLA circles exaggerated the events with the assistance of Serbian forces, the Serbian Secret Service. I witnessed this, meaning that they tried by all possible means to denigrate and insult the KLA. I was insulted in the media. I ran for MP, and I was only once elected.
Stick with my question, which is, what did these 4 to 6 KLA members do?
They did nothing. Nothing extraordinary. Nothing that would justify my presence here today. As a matter of fact, I should not be here today in relation to the Chires events, but I should be on the side of my co-fighters that are sitting here as accused. I am a European person in mind, and I respect you very much. However, exaggerating this event and make it a central topic for a very important court with international credibility is exaggerated. This was cooked up by Serbian services, secret services, different circles. So there was a heated exchange there. We had debates, like things that happen in stadiums, parliaments, and this was what happened. That's it.
Okay, well, let's not go with Serbian intelligence services, their words. Let's use your words. Do you recall being asked in 2014 at page 034268 in English and in Albanian at 034285, so 268 in the English, 285 in the Albanian. Who did the beatings? And your answer was, it was a group. There were 4 or 5 men. Your words, they beat us together. The beating was seen by all members of the group. That's the delegation, right? Not Serbians. Is that right?
Look, the Serbs are the ones who built up this case. The Serbs are the reason for my presence here. The Serbs, those who terrorized and killed people in Kosovo. Serbs are those who do not leave Kosovo alone today. And Serbs are the reason why these people shouldn't be here in this courtroom. You have not given any answer to the massacre in Mecha of over 400 Albanians and many other massacres. And it's because of the Serbs that I'm here today. You should only summons me here only in relation to the Serbs. I don't have any problems with the KLA, and I've never had any problems with them.
My question, sir, is, did these 4 to 6 KLA members beat you and other members of the delegation?
I am not sure they were KLA members. They might have been, but I'm not certain, because as long as I did not see KLA insignia, they were not wearing uniforms, and they were not carrying weapons, I cannot say they were KLA. This would be a speculation, and I'm not here to speculate. Again, I am ready to confront and be confronted and say the truth at any cost. I have never considered the cost of things I would be doing. I'm ready for that. However, when you talk about beating, I've heard in the media saying, oh, we were hit by iron rods, axe handles, wooden sticks. This is absolutely untrue, because to tell the truth, and maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, I personally don't believe that there is an Albanian person in Kosovo who would raise their hands against me, as they wouldn't do it against Anton Cheta or the statue of Mother Teresa or the Skanderbeg statue. I don't want to compare myself to them, but I'm not a person that would justify somebody using violence against me. I was there to calm people down. The whole purpose of this visit was to bring the KLA closer to us, and I was acting as an intermediary. And now for you to mention me beatings, it would be better to kill me, because I'm not a man that gets beaten up. it would be better to send me behind bars for 50 years or jail me for life or then beat me, because I'm not a man that somebody can beat up.
Beaten up, and you answered, this is at page 259 in the English and the middle of 276 in the Albanian. You were asked who was beaten up, and your answer was myself, George Dedai, Agim Krasniqi, Mehdi Bardi, Yusuf Teleku, Sokol Black Eye, and Kurtesh Tavaya. I am absolutely certain of this. When I came back, I had a picture taken. Do you recall giving that testimony in 2014 under oath?
I have never taken an oath. And as I mentioned, if we use the word beating to describe the process of pushing, insults, or it was an altercation. I wouldn't know how to exactly qualify this because I'm not a lawyer. I would have loved to have your profession, but unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer. Okay, then. Perhaps you want me to say what you would like me to say.
Your only duty here before the court is to tell the truth, sir, as the judge advised you at the beginning and as you swore an oath here today to do. And that's the only thing any of the parties here would like, all right? You mentioned something in the media about wooden or iron sticks. Do you recall that you yourself described that this beating that was done by, in your words, a group...
Never, never.
Let me finish my question. If we can go to page 034259 in English and 034275, I think we're actually on those pages, maybe. Giving this description, when you were asked about who had beaten your group, your answer was, the group belonged to the KLA. Most of them were wearing uniforms as well as masks. We just looked at that a moment ago, and at the end of that answer, you say, they began beating him up with a wooden stick. Those are your words, not the media. Is that right, sir?
I don't understand you. First you mentioned iron stick, now wooden stick, which is true.
I'm actually, if my question wasn't clear, I apologize, I'll rephrase it. You, a moment ago in your testimony, said to the court that there was incorrect information, and I believe you used the word iron stick. So I'm asking you, your testimony...
I said it was the media, anti-KLA and anti-Kosovo circles that said that.
And so you mentioned this media, this information in the media about what was used. So I wanted to go to your words and ask you if you recall saying that the beating included that they began beating him up with a wooden stick. So that's not in the media, that's your description. Do you agree with that?
I strongly disagree and allow me to protest to keep my human and family dignity. I am at a rather old age. I have very painful memories which you may never believe. But now that you mention me this beating, you are destroying again my life and endangering even my physical life.
Question asked. And you're not doing that. Please re-ask the question.
I can move on to another question, Your Honor. You also said when you were describing the beating, in your words, you were asked, and this is on page 259 in English, 275 in Albanian. I believe it's just below the answers we were looking at. Prosecutor, when you say they beat you up, was this with wooden sticks or with fists or feet? So asking which of those, and you answered, they
Jemi
used
shtyr me dur.
fists. Okay. Sir,
Wait
Just
before you answer.
your answer was they used fists as well, but also wooden sticks. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Nëse kam thonë stup se
if I said wooden stick, I have exaggerated. It was not true. And I already said, but you are not allowing me to explain, and the answers are incomplete and maybe misunderstood. I gave these statements in a very difficult state of mind, and often I have gone too far, have exaggerated, without knowing that they would become the subject of our conversation, just that I never thought that there would be a court against Kosovo.
I understand, and I think the court has heard your explanation. You said just now that you had never been beaten before this incident. Is that right?
si po mendon para
Are you speaking about this incident? Whether I was ever speculate because it would be dishonest. This is the truth. They didn't use iron bars or wooden sticks.
Call meeting with myself and my colleague at the end of last week and confirming that your understanding of the individuals who beat you, even though they weren't wearing insignia, were actually part of the KLA. Do you recall that, doing that just 3 days ago?
They might have been KLA members. I didn't say they weren't, but they may not have been KLA. But for them to be KLA, they should have had those insignia or emblems. They didn't have anything.
If I could just ask counsel to give citations to the prep note when she puts things to the witness about what was said in those communications with the witness. Thank you.
Do you want one for the previous?
Yes, please.
So it's ERN 1167.
Mike, please.
The prep note full ERN is 116768 through 116787, and the specific section is starting on page 6, which is 116773 through 116774, and continuing on to 116775. It's in multiple paragraphs. It starts at paragraph 20, where there's a discussion of not seeing insignia on them, but that it made sense that the KLA stopped them. Any army would have done this. And then going on to the top of page 116775, paragraph 27, with specifically referencing the other individual. Why do you have to do this? You have a problem with us. We are brothers. We are your parents, not Serbians.
Mr. President, I think the way it was phrased to the witness was that he had said that it was the KLA, and while counsel may be inferring things from various things that he said, I don't think it's actually said in the note that he said that.
I think in paragraph 20 where, and again, I'm sorry, I should be addressing the court. In paragraph 20 where it says, some of the delegates were slapped, some were pushed because the KLA was suspicious of the delegation. While witness did not see any KLA insignia on the mask, and that's modifying, but making clear that while his understanding was that it was the KLA, although he did not see the insignia on him, and this was read back to the witness verbatim.
Understood. Go on.
All right. Going back to this physical altercation as you now describe it, were all of the members of the delegation involved in this physical altercation, what you've previously described as beating, or was only some of them involved?
No,
not everyone. I would not have been involved had I not stood up to calm people down, both sides.
About that, what happened?
From my chair.
Tell us about that. What happened when you stood up?
I was sitting on a chair. I saw them like pushing, altercating, and insulting each other, and then it was getting dark. My brain wasn't functioning properly at that moment. It was an incredible scene. And at one point, I stood up without anyone asking me to do that, because I was the head of the delegation, and whatever might eventually happen, I wanted it to happen to me, but not to my colleagues. So I stood up and started to ask them to stop. We are your parents, we are your people, and that was it. I addressed one of them saying, aren't you ashamed of what you're doing? We are your brothers, we are your parents. And then after a minute, everything ended and they disappeared.
So how long did the beating or the physical altercation last?
Sada që të tham.
How long? Whoever says that it lasted for this time is lying, because we didn't measure the time. It was something that happened very quickly.
Didn't hear my question. I said, how long? I didn't give you a time. I'm
Po, këta për
asking
kuptoj.
you,
Po.
Understand?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
it's no problem. I'm asking you how long it lasted. So no one has affixed a time. I'm asking you that question.
Rreth 1 minut.
About a minute. It was very brief. But don't say that I said 1 minute and it was 1.5 minutes, maybe less. It was a lightning thing, very quick.
Please pause for 5 seconds after the question is completed for the translators to catch up with you. You are jumping in too quickly, and it's causing a problem with the transcript. Go ahead.
Okay, faleminderit.
Okay, thank you.
Did this physical altercation, as you now describe it, did this happen with the delegates individually or as a group?
Yeah.
No, with some of us.
Let me try to clarify and ask a better question. When you say some of us, was this as a group or was it one by one? Were people called individually by name?
Yeah, it's a group.
No, as a group. It was spontaneous. People got up and some didn't get up at all. I might have continued to sit, but I got up to calm the situation.
If we can go to page 259 in the English, I think we're there, and 275 at the bottom in the Albanian. We've looked at this answer a couple of times. I want to focus on the middle part where you say the group belonged to the KLA, and then you say in the middle of that answer, they said to the first person who was seated there, they called them by name. And then later, if we can go to page 269 in the English and 286 in the Albanian. You were asked, oh, we're not there yet. I'll give it a moment. The prosecutor asks, where were you in the order of the beatings? And you say, I do not remember. The context of that suggesting that it's not together, it's individual. And then the next question is, how long did each individual beating, let me finish my question, sir. Each individual beating take? Your answer, 2 or 3 minutes until the person being beaten would fall down to the floor. I was beaten by several persons. Apart from receiving the blow on my arm, I was punched on my body. What I have said, I would say anywhere. Now, having been shown and read those previous answers, does that refresh your recollection that these beatings took place individually and not as part of an altercation as a group in the hallway?
Kjo ka qenë vetëm kacaf.
It was only pushing each other, altercation. As to other states, emotional state, I don't know if you understand. the emotional state of Kosovars. We have our own specificity, which makes us different from Europeans. Unfortunately, I would like to be involved, to take revenge. We have a canon, maybe you have heard about that. If you allow me to go on.
I only have a limited amount of time, so if you can just focus on my question and answer that question. I think you've answered the previous one, so I'm going to move on to the next question. Where were the delegates when people were being beaten? Could you see each other? Could other people see what was going on? Could you see the other people? Or were you separated?
Yes, nakando.
No, they didn't separate us. And I would kindly ask you not to use the word beating.
I understand, sir. I'm using your word from previous answers that you used repeatedly, so I'm going to stick with that. And if I have a question that differs, you can certainly, it's your testimony here, so you should use the words that you think are appropriate.
I already told you the reasons why.
I understand, and I've heard them in the courts, heard them multiple times, and I appreciate the explanation. Can you describe what happened to you, the physical altercation, as you've said here today? Can you describe the nature of what happened to you?
We were all together. We were not separated. And I said, I was sitting. When I saw what was happening, which was unnecessary and indecent, I got up and tried to calm people down. Maybe in the course of that, I might have received a blow, like in football when you play, but it's got nothing to do with what happened. It's nothing to me. But as I said, you are talking with someone who is very special, unique, an extraordinary person regarding the suffering and what he has done for the freedom of Kosovo. Sometimes if you might ask me what my name is, and I wouldn't be able to answer you.
If we can go to page 259 in the English and top of 276 in the Albanian. When you were asked about if you'd see, oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait till this is up on the screen. When you were asked about whether you'd seen the individuals who were beating you, if you'd seen them earlier in the day, you answered, "They may have been the ones who stopped us, but I cannot tell you who they are because they were wearing masks. They began beating us up. I don't remember which order they called us in, but they beat up 6 of us violently." Do you recall giving that description as to the nature of the beating that they gave?
Madam Prosecutor, I've been raised in the family patriarchal European spirit, which is that if even insulting someone is a tragedy. And I would make it a huge personal matter if somebody even pushed me, because I've never pushed someone or somebody has never pushed me. So when I gave these statements, I exaggerated things and I admit to it publicly. However, there were no violent beatings. This can be proved by the video conference which took place 2 hours after the event, after our release, and you can see that there are no bruises, no signs of beatings, no anything at all. So there wouldn't have been any reason for us to be summed here at all.
I'd like to pull up a different statement. This is 034138-034141. I'm sorry, the full ERN is 034135-034141, red 2. So it's a multi-language document. In that document, if we can go to the bottom of page 034140, and then there's a different ERN for the revised English translation, which is 034138-034141-ET. And if we can go to page 034140-ET. Oh, no, you're on this one, this is the Albanian. Great, thank you.
What's the ERN for the English?
Oh, the ERN for the English is at the same page, 034140 ET. Oh, it's a different ERN on the English. The ERN is 034138-034141-ET. Thank you. Sir, this is a letter that you wrote, a type statement rather, that you provided to UNMIC in September of 2001 when they approached you to ask questions about this matter. Do you recall looking at this before you testified just a few days ago, reviewing this letter?
Yes, I did write it.
I'm sorry, I said letter again. I mean a typed statement. It's not a letter. I apologize. And in it, you said, in describing what had happened, you said, shortly afterwards, a few soldiers wearing masks came in and called us up one by one to the back of the room, where they punched and kicked and hit us mercilessly with wooden sticks. 6 members of our group suffered serious bodily injuries as a result of the beastly treatment. And then it lists George Deadeye, Agim Krasniqi, Sokol Blakai, Kurtesh Davaya, Mehdi Bardi, and Yusuf Teleku. Do you recall giving that statement describing the nature of the physical altercation as being punched, kicked, and hit mercilessly with wooden sticks, and that it being beastly treatment?
We had a physical altercation, but I don't remember saying, and it's not true that we were beaten up with sticks, wooden sticks, or iron sticks, or anything of that sort.
You mentioned that you tried to get up to sort of stop the altercation. Was that in particular in response to a particular person who was being pushed or being touched?
In that moment, as we were having this physical altercation with, they were having this physical altercation with Sokol Blakai, the General Secretary. I intervened and separated them. I tried to calm down everybody and send people away. I also want to bring to your attention and to the panel's attention that you're being unfair to me.
I appreciate you bringing that to my attention and the panel's attention. When we met at the end of last week, you added it wasn't just you trying to calm down the situation, that you actually got up and told the individuals not to touch so-called Black Eye because he was your right hand. And you also asked them, why do you have a problem with us? We are your brothers, your parents. Do you recall telling us that just a few days ago?
Është e vërtet.
That's true.
Given the reference was 116768 to 116787 at page 116775, paragraph 27. Do you recall, though, in your previous testimony in 2014, and this is, if we can pull up, 034236 to 034287, the particular site in English is 034269, and in Albanian it's 034286 towards the top. Do you recall previously describing when so-called Black Eye was being beaten, giving this answer? I remember when so-called fell down on the floor while he was being beaten, and one of them actually lifted the wooden stick with the intention of hitting his head. That is when I received the worst blow because I tried to prevent him from hitting him on his head. I told him, don't, that we are brothers. He said, what brothers? You all deserve to be killed. Sokol was a graduate from political sciences. He was a very, very good person. He died after the war. Do you recall giving that explanation about the interaction with so-called Black Eye and your intervention?
There's a explanation which is more or less similar to a movie script. So we, in a certain way, for a long time, we were opponents with the KLA and specific individuals within the KLA. There are individuals within the KLA I didn't agree with at the time. I don't agree with them now, and I will never agree with them. But I do not remember having seen anyone falling on the ground on that day. I don't remember.
Do you recall whether or not so-called Black Eye had any visible injuries or any blood on him?
Sokol did not have injuries because 2 hours after our return in Pristina, I provided you last week with the photograph of Sokol and us during the press conference. You can obtain the video recording of this press conference and see that we are all safe and sound. And I was there wearing a tie and held this press conference.
If we can go in the documents that are on the screen to 034261 in the English and in the middle of the page, 034278 in Albanian. In the English, can you go a little further down? Thank you. Do you recall in your 2014 testimony that's there on the screen, sir, you were asked by the prosecutor, did you or anybody have any visible injuries, for example, blood? And your answer was, yes, of course. Sokol Blackeye, the general secretary of the Liberal Party, had injuries on his face. He is now deceased. The others had as well had injuries. They asked me to sign a statement. They are stating that Rogova is a traitor. And then your initials below that. Does that refresh your memory about whether or not you saw blood on Sokol Blackeye at the time?
Jack, nuk më kujt.
I don't recall having seen any drop of blood. I don't recall having seen any blood. With respect to person number one, who in my opinion was the person in charge there, who decided on everything. He maintained order, he just gave orders. He also insulted President Rugova, he also insulted us and people in Pristina. I think the others present there were impotent.
And again, if you could just stick with my question, it was just whether or not that refreshes your memory about having seen blood on Sokol Blackeye. Does that refresh your memory?
Nuk më kujtohet që kam.
I don't recall seeing any blood on Sokol Blackeye or any of us. However, this was 25 years ago.
About your injuries that
Facebook artists who are paid to denigrate and humiliate people. They have specific manners to do it and means.
About your injuries that you received, and what you described then about a moral injury was not about Facebook, it was about the treatment by the KLA. So my question is that accurate?
Yeah.
No. No. The others misused this moment and have caused me injury.
That I just read to you, your physical injuries, of the injuries to your arm, that at the time your arm was black down to your fingernails, and that you still have a permanent injury. You were testifying in 2014, 16 years after the incident, and you said that when the weather changes, my right arm from the shoulder down to the fingernails hurts a lot. Is that accurate?
I wasn't injured there, but I stumbled somewhere and fell down in the mountain because we didn't use the paved roads. We went to difficult areas, to mountainous areas, and this might have happened. I don't have any problems with that. And the video conference shows that 2 hours after I returned from the mountain.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your answer, sir. Are you saying that when you, that sometime during this incident you fell? Is that your testimony?
Not only me, the others too. When we were climbing the mountains, we may have fallen down because we were surrounded by the Serbian forces. You could hear shelling. We are talking about a war zone. Maybe I have exaggerated what I did when I described what happened. If I knew the things we end up in court, we would have been more accurate, more precise, more responsible. But we said this in the course of electoral campaigns, and sometimes we exaggerated.
I understand, sir. I just want to focus on what you just said, though, about falling at some point during this incident. So it's your testimony now that you fell at some point during this incident. Is that your testimony?
3, I stumbled 3, 4 times when we were climbing the mountains. The terrain was very difficult. It was a hilly, mountainous terrain. It was night, day. And we were not used to walking in that terrain. We came from the cities. We lived in the city. It was a very difficult terrain for us.
You fell.
Cordial.
Nothing.
Up.
I got up again. Even though I have been tortured by Serbia, and I'm still alive, I don't know where I get my strength in my DNA.
Sir, so you fell and you got up, so you were not injured when you fell. Is that your testimony? We were talking about your injuries, and you brought up having fallen. So.
When you fall down, you may get hurt. Even in the city, you may hurt your arm, but it's not a tragedy. It's another thing if you go to the hospital, if you ask for medical assistance, you are making a big deal out of it. It's nothing for me.
Understand. So you're saying that you fell, and I'm not asking whether you may have gotten hurt. I'm actually asking you about what your recollection is as you sit here today. Did you suffer any injuries when you fell, according to your testimony now?
Maybe I did suffer, But at that moment, I thought of nothing else other than doing what we were supposed to do as a delegation and to turn back safe and sound in Kosovo, like we went there.
Sir, again, that's not my question. I'm not asking you to speculate. So when you say maybe, what I'm asking you is, as you're sitting here today, telling us for the first time about having fallen as you were going up the mountain, did you injure yourself? That's yes or no. As you sit here today,
Maybe I was injured. It is possible. If you get down, even when you play, you always get injured. We have professional footballers that get hurt and then recover again.
I'm not asking you theoretically if it's possible that you got hurt. I'm actually asking you if you, as you sit here today, recall being injured since you've brought this incident up to us. As you sit here today, do you remember?
I had my arm a little injured from the fall, but it passed without any consequence.
Okay, so now your testimony is you did have a physical injury on your arm. Is that right?
Yes, from the fall. Which is quite normal. Not once, but 4 times I remember to have fallen down.
And why didn't you include that in your statement to UNMIC in 2001?
First of all, UNMIC was not credible at all, with some exceptions of some authoritative states, but there were also representatives from states that had much more problems in their own countries than here in Kosovo.
Actually provide a statement to UNMIC. You spoke to them and then you gave them a typed statement. So you did actually provide a statement to them. Why didn't you include this?
Because I didn't deem it appropriate or necessary to mention that when I fell, when I had some injuries, or what diseases I have. Even now I do, but I don't think I should tell it to the public. It's a private thing.
And when you gave your testimony in 2014 and were told that you were obligated to tell the truth, and this was a criminal investigation in search of the truth, why didn't you include it then when you testified over those course of 2 days?
Then I was questioned about the KLA people actions that we described vis-a-vis us. I wasn't asked whether I fell down, where my shoes were pinching me, where I had an headache or earache. I was asked about other issues.
Well, sir, the question I just read to you, you were actually asked about your physical injuries, and you didn't give the answer that you just gave in court in response to the same question. You gave the answer that I read to you, which is that it was a result of the beatings. So I'm just asking you again why it is that you didn't share that information back in 2014.
The injury didn't come about as a result of the beating. And again, please, I'm kindly asking you for the umpteenth time, because nobody can stop me from keeping silent from now on. You can do everything to me, but don't mention the word beating. Nobody in the world can beat me up, because you are offending me. You are offending my family code and traditions, our history, our future, my grandchildren, my wife, and my in-laws.
I mean no offense, sir. As the panel instructed you, I have a duty.
I feel offended.
I'm sorry that you feel offended. I have a duty to ask my questions, and my aim for this panel, for this tribunal, is to do it in the most respectful way possible, but to ask you the questions that need to be asked, sir. We also met at the end of last week, just a few days ago, and you were given all of your prior statements, and you were asked to make any corrections or clarifications. And we spent quite a bit of time going over those clarifications. And there's a rather lengthy note that was read back to you. And even when we read it back to you, you made some additional clarifications. Why didn't you include this fall that you've told us about, or this multiple falls now that you've told us about, when we met last week?
Second nevojën me
Why should I mention my faults? By you, I was asked about our relationship with the KLA. Why should I be asked whether I fall down or get up? That's not relevant at all. I am informing you, maybe you don't know, that there are some men in Kosovo that nobody can beat up. We can get killed, but not to be beaten up. So the word is very problematic. You may tell me, you may ask me, you want to die and get you into a coffin, and I'm willing to do that, but not get beaten. Even when the Serbian police arrested me, the first thing I told them was, you can kill me, but don't touch me. Because we put our life at stake for Kosovo freedom.
Well, just to be clear, sir, when we met, you were given your statements and you clarified many things and you gave new information about many things that was then read back to you. It wasn't just about questions about your relationship with the KLA, but I'm going to move on. When this physical altercation happened, as you've described it, where was Recep Salimi and Hashim Thaçi? Were they present?
None of them were present. I didn't see any of them. I saw Hashim Thaçi after some 2 hours. None of them were present then. If they were, I would have said immediately that they were, but they were not present. Recep Salimi very respectfully and politely returned the IDs to us, and I will never forget his kind words. Hashim Thaçi appeared after 2 hours, and he was very nervous with the radio transistor, listening to the news, very upset, and I could see that they didn't have a very good rapport with person number one, and I think that person number one was the one that decided on everything. Something else I would like, if you'll allow me. I have great respect for the trial panel. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, I would have killed myself. Nobody would have stopped me. My life is my own. You can have euthanasia in Switzerland for 10,000 euro. But I wanted to come and tell the truth because there are many slanders leveled at KLA. That's why I'm here, and I can stay here as long as you wish me to answer your question, to shed light on the destiny and reputation of KLA, because in my opinion, 99% of what is being said regarding KLA are slanders.
How did this physical altercation stop?
Very soon. They told us to go to a classroom. We sat down in the benches there, and then I saw Said Yashari, there. To my recollection, he took us to this classroom. Then there was this Tahir Descu that I used to know from Pristina. And then later, as I said, came Hashim Thaçi, the distinguished president of the Republic of Kosovo.
If we can go to the document that's on the screen at 034269 in English. And 034286 in the Albanian towards the bottom. And I think in the English it's a little bit lower as well. Great. Do you recall giving this testimony in regard to how the beatings ended? You said the attack ceased, the prosecutor, you said the attack ceased when the person fell on the floor. Did they not fall on the floor when they were first hit? Your answer, not immediately. This was unexpected. They protected themselves with their arms. Prosecutor, when they fell on the floor, did the attack continue? Your answer, yes, it went on. I told you they were about to kill Sokol. Their aim was to hit and kick, whether they were standing or on the floor. And then the question from the prosecutor, what made them stop each individual beating? Your answer, in my opinion, someone must have told them that out of those 13 people, these 6 are to be beaten, and after beating them up, you are to stop immediately. It is possible that their aim was to scare us for the future interrogation. Do you recall giving that answer in describing, or those answers, that series of questions and answers, in describing how the beating stopped?
And there was only a
Distinguished Miss Prosecutor, distinguished President of the Court. Maybe you have not read the letter I sent you last year. Maybe you have, because you have had to. In that letter, I distanced myself from all the statements I gave after the press conference when we returned. And I feel responsible for what I stated that day at the meeting of the presidency for the VOA and at the press conference and here for whatever I'm saying here. In this letter, I call the court anti-Albanian, political, one-sided. You are not to blame that this is established. It's because of the Dick Martin report. When Dick Martin and Russia and Serbian statement became invalidated, the court should have been transferred to Kosovo or closed down.
Question, please repeat the question.
Sir, I just asked you if after having read that passage back to you, those questions and answers, if that refreshed your memory about how the beatings ended. Does that refresh your memory about how the beating stopped?
I didn't see anyone falling on the floor or lying on the floor. I don't recall to have seen any drop of blood. There absolutely was no one bitten with iron bars or with wooden sticks. I don't remember those. The fact that I distanced myself from that speaks a lot. You can go on with the questions. I'm here to answer.
Appreciate that. What about the last part of what I read to you, which is you said, in your opinion, someone must have told them that out of those 13 people, these 6 are to be beaten, and after beating them up, you are to stop immediately. It is possible that their aim was to scare us for the future interrogation. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you thought about why they stopped the beating?
This is a classic case of speculation. If I said it so, there's no possibility, even technical one, for me to hear what someone might have said to somebody else or to beat someone. So, it's a speculation. This was entirely spontaneous. I described it on many occasions, although you have the absolute right to ask me the same question over and over again.
After the 6 of you that were involved in this physical altercation, did you all have any conversation with each other?
What time are you referring to, Madam Prosecutor?
This, as you describe it, this physical altercation that involved the 6 of you, so it involved you and Agim Krasniqi, Mehdi Bardi, so-called Black Eye. After that physical altercation, did you all speak with each other, either just the 6 of you or all of the delegates?
I do recall that the silence reigned and that everyone was thinking or reflecting on why this incident happened.
Just a name, I only named 5. The 6th was Yusuf Teleku. What were you reflecting on? What was it that you were reflecting on?
We were reflecting, and also then in the meetings I had with the President Thaçi, I tried to explain the purpose of our visit. We exchanged about developments.
We're going to get to what your conversation with Hashim Thaçi. My question is, you, the delegates together, what were you reflecting on? You just said you were reflecting. So what were you reflecting on?
It's unclear to me. Could you please ask the question again?
Sure. I asked initially, after this physical altercation, if the 6 of you together or all 13 delegates, if you had any conversation. And in response to that, you said that you were sitting there and you were reflecting. So my follow-up question is, what were you reflecting on?
We were thinking, reflecting, why this misunderstanding, why this incident. You could put yourself in our shoes. Why this happened? Because this was not only bad for us, it gave a bad reflection on the KLA, which was not the case. But now, again, we're talking here about a voluntary army, an army which was not systemized. It didn't have a leading structure. Virtually everyone would do anything they wanted to. This could have happened as well.
So much about the KLA, and I'm not asking you about your opinion about their structure. I'm asking you about what you were reflecting on, and what you just told us was because this was bad, both for you but also for the KLA, so that's because they are the ones that did this to you. Is that right? This was done by Albanians against you.
It's a very difficult question. I cannot know what we exactly thought in those moments, which were 25 years ago. Believe me, I don't know what we exactly thought.
Go to the top of page 034262. I'm sorry, it starts at the bottom of page 034262 in the English, and in the middle of the page 034279 in Albanian. In the English, if you can go down to the bottom. Thank you. And you were asked by the prosecutor in 2014, what was the discussion between you and your fellow delegates in that room? And then if in English, we can go to the top of the next page. And you answered, we spoke very little because they were all in an incredible state. I cannot describe the state we were all in there. It was the first time they were all beaten. It would not have been a problem if we were beaten by the Serbs, but we were beaten by Albanians, by those who were supposed to protect us. Is that what you were reflecting on after the physical altercation?
Ne,
I personally, because I wouldn't know what the others were reflecting on, I was not in their mind. I was mostly reflecting on the alarming situation in which the civilians were in Drenica and what I saw. Allow me to describe one scene. I saw an abandoned child without parents biting on a piece of bread that he took from the mud. These are things I witnessed and experienced. Now, with respect to the incident, the disagreement with the KLA, this was a minor thing compared to what was going on in Kosovo. Children were being killed. 1,400 children were killed. Women were being raped. Our mothers, including handicapped in their wheelchairs, were being killed. These were matters of concern for us, and these were matters of reflection for us. That child I saw eating a muddy piece of bread, I gave to that child every other possible violation committed by the KLA.
I just have one last question, Your Honors, if I may. I know we're at time. Were you or any of the other detainees offered any medical treatment while you were in KLA custody?
s'kishim nevoj.
We didn't need to. None of us. We didn't need to.
Were you offered any?
S'kishim nevoj.
We did not need to. They offered us drinks, if you're referring to the KLA. Whoever wanted beer was offered beer, and those who smoked were offered cigarettes.
I think this is a good time to break, Your Honor.
Witness, we will break for lunch now for an hour and a half. You'll be back here at 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness into the courtroom. Witness, we are ready to continue the direct examination by the Special Prosecutor's Office. Madam Prosecutor, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to pick up where we left off before the break. After this, as you describe it, physical altercation, were you taken to a classroom or another room?
Għadargwan in class.
They took us to one of the classrooms in the school building.
Can you describe what was in that classroom?
Kiex tixtrater.
There were beds instead of chairs or desks. There were beds.
Did the beds, were they bare, like without mattresses or sheets or blankets?
Għatum struktura għaxtem.
Bare. Only the structure, because this was not a hotel, it was a school building.
What, if anything, were you told about whether you would stay there or not?
Nalanni kuwat in class.
They left us in that classroom for a while. Sometimes somebody would come in and check in. Nothing major happened until 2 hours later when President Thaçi came.
When you say sometimes someone would come in, would they come in and take individuals from the delegation out of the classroom?
No, they didn't take anyone out of the classroom. And after the physical altercation, we did not have any additional or other problems.
I'd ask to go to page 034261 in English and 034277 in Albanian. In 2014, you said, after, and this is at page 261, after the beatings, they took us to another classroom in which there were some beds, barren, with no sheets or blankets, and they told us that we were going to stay there. Then there's another question, I'll skip a question, and the one after that is, what happened then? And your answer was the individual questioning took place one by one. If we go to the next page, page 034262 in the English and 034279 in Albanian. And in the English, if you can scroll down just a little bit further, perfect. You also then said, you started by saying, I am referring to the time before we were individually questioned. The prosecutor then said, you were beaten up, you were taken to another room with beds without mattresses. You described being taken individually to rooms where you were questioned by Hashim Thaçi. At what point did you write these statements? And your answer was, this was in the room with beds without mattresses, before we were taken to be individually questioned. They put soldiers outside to stop us from leaving. So I want to ask you, witness, first of all, when you were put into this room with beds and no mattresses, sheets, or blankets, did they put a soldier outside to stop you from leaving?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And did you, do these two passages that I read to you that both talk about being individually questioned or questioned one by one, were the delegates in fact taken out individually one by one for questioning?
We were not questioned in the sense as we would be questioned by the Serbian police. We had a conversation.
No, was that individually one by one?
I don't know what happened with others present there. However, I was invited to have a conversation with President Thaçi.
To the substance of that conversation in a few minutes, but when you were taken, were you the only one of the delegates? Was it just you yourself individually?
No, the entire delegation was in that classroom.
And when you were in the classroom, were any of the delegates taken out while you still remained in the classroom? Was anyone taken away one by one?
I don't remember. I don't think they were taken away one by one. I am talking about President Thaçi after, when he came. So this was 2 hours after the whole event, when President Thaçi made his first appearance. I am not certain he spoke to every single one of the persons present there, but I think he spoke to those who had more important roles within the delegation, but I wouldn't want to speculate.
All right, if we could go to page 261 in the English and the bottom of 034277 in the Albanian to the top of 278. All right. Witness, in your 2014 testimony, you said, the individual questioning took place one by one. The prosecutor asks, could you explain what happened to you? Your answer, I was questioned at a table by Hashim Thaçi. Prosecutor, in the same room? Answer, no, I was taken to another room. Question, did Hashim Thaçi take you to the other room, or was he waiting there for you? Your answer, it was one of the soldiers who said, George Deadeye, come with me. Is that what happened, that you were called by name? Let me just finish my question, sir. Is that what happened, that you were called by name by one of the soldiers and taken to another room where Hashim Thaçi was waiting for you, and then he questioned you at a table?
Yes, somebody called me and took me to a room where President Thaçi was. We sat down and talked, had a conversation.
Were you asked to give your CV, your background?
They asked us who we were. In my statements, I have said that the KLA, like every other army, had the right to suspect who we were, because most of us in the delegation were not known to them.
Sir, as you said earlier to the court, we don't want you to speculate, and I don't think you know what they knew about you, so I'm going to ask you to just stick with what you knew, okay? And my question is whether or not that when you were called there in terms of questioning, whether or not Hashim Thaçi was there and you were questioned by him. That's my question.
He didn't question me, but we had a conversation together.
Next question was whether you were asked to write your CV or a bio about yourself. Did that happen? Were you asked to write your CV, or a short CV, I should say?
I have forgotten. This is not remained with me.
All right, if we can go to page 034262 in the English, and the top of 034279 in Albanian. All right, and does this refresh your memory then, since you said you don't remember? The prosecutor asks, when you were seated there, was it just you or were others there? Your answer, just me. We were questioned one by one. We were initially asked to write a short CV stating who we were, quote, I am George Deadeye, and afterwards they gathered those statements from all of us. Does that refresh your memory about providing a written CV?
I don't remember that, but it may have happened. It's not relevant whether they wanted to know who we were. Not in my case, because they knew who I was, but for the others, they didn't know who they were.
And who was there when Hashim Thaçi was at the table and you were there? Was anyone else in the room with you?
Person number one came and left, but the conversation I had was with President Thaçi.
And so did person number one ask any questions?
I don't remember. I don't know whether he was capable of asking questions.
That.
Qaj nuk pyetjet për shka ishim të
The questions we were interested to discuss were political developments in Kosovo. Since I was one of some most important persons regarding international cooperation with Washington, Brussels, NATO, we focused our conversation on the stand of such international institutions vis-à-vis Kosovo. So we could have such conversation with President Thaçi, but not with person number one.
About how long did these questions?
Microphone.
About how long did these questions last?
ndoshta mini orë
I would say about an hour. I cannot be precise.
du të theksoj nëse më lejohet.
If you allow me, I would like to underline that we had a very normal, quiet conversation, like we were like 10 years after the war, a collegial, professional conversation, I would say.
I understand that you don't remember all the details, but when you had to, when you gave your information about who you were, did you give information about your party affiliation and your profession?
Po shiqo,
Well, I'm repeating. If it's necessary, I would repeat it as many times as you want. But I was a public figure then, and
I'm asking is, did you give your information? If you didn't, because you believe people knew it, then you can just say that. But if you can answer the question is, did you provide information about your party affiliation and your profession?
po,
yes, I spoke also about myself, like I'm doing now, which was quite normal. As I already said, myself and the party I led were more advanced in our international relations in the Balkans and with other political parties of Europe and the world.
Were you asked about the purpose of your visit to Cherez when you were having this conversation?
po,
Yes. The reason why we went there, we explained to them that it is an entirely humanitarian reason, but also to look at the situation from close up, so that when I went abroad to Brussels, Washington, or elsewhere, I would be able to give a fair description of what was happening in Drenica, which was the most hit region and destroyed, which the Serbian police torched and killed people there, also in other regions like Dukajin and others.
Were you asked about who organized the trip?
po,
Yes. Whose idea it was? The idea was mine and of President Rogova, who told me that Sean Burns, the chief of U.S. diplomatic mission, whose office was in Kosovo, said it was a good idea, because everything we did it in partnership, first of all, with the U.S. and then European Union and NATO, because that was a joint project. Every time I came from an international visit, I went to meet Sean Burns and informed him of the situation on the ground.
Speaking of those other trips, were you asked by Hashim Thaçi about those other trips as well?
Yeah.
No. There was no reason for him to ask me. As I told you, I don't know how much you can believe me, but we engaged in a very normal, quiet conversation without any tension. The reason why we went there, I explained to him like I'm doing now.
I'm not asking about the tone of the conversation, whether there was tension. That wasn't my question. It's about the content of the conversation.
The
content consisted in finding out the purpose of our visit, but we discussed more at length about political developments in Pristina, because Pristina and KLA didn't have a very coordinated relationship. President Thaçi knowing my role and influence on US and European diplomacy, he was eager to know the approach of such international hubs, which for us were very, very crucial, and will be so forever, our partnership with US and Europe. Also regarding KLA, how they regarded KLA, that is.
Were you asked about any interactions you had with the Serbs on your travel to Chirez? Was that part of the conversation?
No, because each of us, the KLA and the we in Pristina, every Albanian knew how we were treated by the Serbs.
What every Albanian knew. I'm just asking whether you were asked about that. Were you asked about President Rugova?
I don't remember. We talked about President Rugova. President Rugova and President Thaçi are the two main pivotal figures in the history of the Kosovo state.
What specifically were you asked, or what was the discussion about President Rugova?
There were speculations, but we are talking about Kosovo at the time when everybody did what they wanted and wrote and did what they liked, like Serbs, or Russian or other services, but you are not letting me explain to you. So there was speculation also about Rugova's stand towards KLA, even though he was never against the KLA. There might have been individuals within his party who had prejudices regarding KLA, but as far as Rugova goes, he was a supporter of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
So my question wasn't about what President Rugova's stance was. It was about what you were asked or what the discussion was about President Rugova. Can you tell the panel what you were asked about President Rugova?
In the public opinion then, many things were written things which were not true, like President Rugova allegedly is against KLA. There were certain services that did that.
Sir, you just said that, and that's not my question. Let me go to 034263 in English and starting at the bottom of 034279 in the Albanian. The prosecutor asked you, what specifically were you asked? Your answer: we were made to say that we were traitors because we support the policies of Ibrahim Rugova. Actually, I asked them a question which irritated them even more. I asked them whether they had problems with Milosevic or with Rugova. I told them that we support Rugova. I said to them that I do not know which side you are on. From that point on, I did not want to go on living. The emotional state follows me on a daily basis because I think that we were the people who actually worked for the freedom of Kosovo. Is that what happened? Was that the discussion about President Rugova with Hashim Thaçi?
Io me President Thaçi.
Not with President Thaçi. This was not the conversation we had with President Thaçi.
Who was the conversation with?
You want to make it difficult for me, also for the rest of my life. But it's not a problem for me as much as it is for my children and my family members. We mentioned the person with a code. I don't want to have it mentioned often because it is with these persons that we had these problems, and maybe we generalize them. We were also indignant at what happened, but we discussed this with President Thaçi. We did not discuss this what you are putting to me now.
We can go to 034265 in English and 034281 at the bottom in Albanian. All right, and you're asked by the prosecutor, during these interrogations, what were you asked by Hashim? So this is in specific reference to Hashim Thaçi, no one else. Your answer is, the whole idea was to discredit Rugova and the whole political class belonging to him. I got convinced later that these people that did this did not fight for freedom, but they fought for power. Do you recall, is that then the conversation that you had with Hashim Thaçi, not with anybody else?
If
I said that, you have not allowed me to explain why I gave this statement. This is what you want to hear, not what you should hear. I'm repeating with President Thaçi, with Recep Selimi, Kadri Veseli, the Speaker of Parliament, whom I knew 3-4 years after the war. I did not know him. I have my respect for them. We did not have problems. I told you with whom we had problems. Official Pristina, LDK, part of the LDK, some individuals did not have good rapport with KLA, and vice versa. There were KLA individuals who hated President Rugova, us as a political class, because there was no coordination.
Sir, my only question was what, after reading you that passage, is that the conversation that you had with Hashim Thaçi? It had nothing to do with your general relationship with anyone else. So after reading that passage, was that your conversation with Hashim Thaçi about discrediting President Rugova?
Yeah.
No. Hashim Thaçi did not utter a single discrediting word towards Ibrahim Rugova.
Were you asked to write or sign a statement while you were there, after you were being questioned?
Nuk besoj që kam në
I don't believe I signed any statement. Perhaps we gave a resume of who we were, what kind of job we do. This was more like information provided because there were people within the delegation whom nobody knew and people I didn't know myself.
If we can bring up the bottom of page 034261 in English and 034278 in Albanian. If you go to the very bottom in the English. Great. Witness, in your answer, you're talking about so-called black guy in the beginning, but then you say at the end of this answer, they asked me to sign a statement there stating that, quote, Rogova is a traitor. And then on the top of the next page in the English, 034262, you then say, the prosecutor then asked you, who asked you to write these statements? And you answered, Hashim Thaçi, Sabit Getsi, and Recep Salimi. These are the people that I got to know. After meeting them, then I got to know who they were. Prosecutor, did you write out a statement in that room? Witness, yes. So, were you asked to write a statement that Rogova was a traitor by Hashim Thaçi, Sabit Getsi, and Recep Salimi?
May I interrupt for just
In no moment.
maybe I'm mistaken here, but there's a discrepancy between what was read out and what's being shown on the screen.
So it started at the very bottom of page 261. Oh, sorry, that was the previous question. It's on page 262, I believe. We were on page 262 for this question. And I think it's towards the top. Oh, sorry, it's at the bottom. I'm so sorry. It says, it's starting 5 lines up, 5 entries up from the bottom. It starts with, who asked you to write these statements? And I don't believe there's any discrepancy since I'm reading off of an image of it.
I guess my only objection is the context. There's a part at the top where he's describes the roles, particularly with respect to Mr. Thaçi, and then he gets to that conclusion.
I read it directly in context with the question before and after. I don't think there's any.
That might be properly asked during cross-examination.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Let me just make sure we have an answer to this question. So I asked you, witness, after reading that back to you, are these, did Hashim Thaçi, Sabit Getsi, and Recep Salimi, are these the people who asked you to write out a statement in that room? That's my question to you.
I have never met Hashim Thaçi.
If you could scroll down a little bit in the English. Thank you. Witness, you start, I'm reading from a section where it says, it could have been about 11 p.m. the same night we were arrested. Prosecutor asks, what happened that night and the following day before you were released? Your answer, that night and the following day, the interrogations went on. Prosecutor, who was conducting those interrogations? Your answer, Hashim Thaçi. Prosecutor, anyone else? Your answer, individual one assisted him, but his vocabulary was very bad using threats, but Hashim used the proper words. So did the interrogations go on that first night and into the following day?
At night or
We were questioned on that night. On the next day, we were free, quiet, we rested. There were no problems whatsoever. I think we explained and clarified the purpose of our visit on that night. And I think the KLA understood our mission as being a humanitarian, fair mission. And on the next day, we did not have any problems.
But as you said here, that Hashim Thaçi was the one conducting these interrogations. Is that right?
This was not an interrogation. I would like you to rectify this, although I cannot order you to do so. This was a conversation. These were conversations. These were normal conversations between leaders. I was a political leader, and therefore these are conversations.
I understand that's your testimony today, sir, but I'm using your words from 2014 when you're the one who used the word interrogations. You're the one that says that night. Sir, let me finish my question. That night and the following day, the interrogations went on. That's from your answer. And then the prosecutor says who was conducting those interrogations using your word, and your answer is Hashim Thaçi. So I understand that you have a different word today, but I'm asking you, from your testimony then, did Hashim Thaçi conduct the interrogations?
Yes, I'd come përgjigje sërish.
I have a serious answer today. Again, and for the umpteenth time, I am telling the truth. On the day when I came back from the mountains, I said the truth in Pristina. And I'm saying the truth today. In between these two moments, I've exaggerated things, I have changed things. The truth is what I said on that very day, 2 hours after when I came back to Pristina. Check the interview on Voice of America and check the record of the meeting of the presidency of the LDK. Everything else is exaggeration.
What, I want to ask you some questions about the President Rugova and the conditions in Kosovo between institutions. Did the KLA recognize President Rugova at the time, as far as you understood?
Look, now we can't talk in general terms about the KLA. There were individuals who did not recognize him, individuals who were irritated because we were living a normal life in Pristina. The KLA instead was facing the 4th or 5th Army in Europe, which had heavy weaponry, a fascist regime. So they were right to be irritated against us and President Rugova. But we never saw anything that would threaten us in Pristina. Some individuals did not agree with President Rugova. At times, we ourselves didn't fully agree with him.
Agreement. It was about whether or not the KLA recognized President Rugova, his authority, and you said that some individuals did not. So was Hashim Thaçi one of those individuals?
Yeah.
No.
Narambuye,
When we went to Rambouillet, 2, 3, or 4 months after the event we're referring to, the closest cooperation thanks to the closest cooperation between Rugova and President Thaçi, we reached that historical agreement. President Rugova played his own role in his capacity as a president, and President Thaçi played his role as an irreplaceable and very important leader.
Did the KLA recognize the authority of the Kosovo parliament?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
The objection is sustained.
Witness, you testified this morning when you were talking about your background, and this is real-time transcript, page 16, lines 17 to 19. In 1998, we also held some election, which in a way was controversial. But we wanted to have an address where internationals came to Kosovo to negotiate. What did you mean by the election in 1998 was controversial?
Look, one cannot call them Kosovo elections if they're not held throughout the territory of Kosovo. There were several municipalities, including the most endangered area, Drenica region, which was not able to organize and hold elections in that part of Kosovo because of the pressure from the terrorist Serbian forces. What we said is that we held these elections in order for the delegations from NATO, Europe, America to have an address where they would go to and find somebody to talk to. This was the purpose and the stance, because that parliament that resulted from those elections was completely non-existent. It didn't adopt laws or didn't have any legislative functions.
And did person number one tell you what he thought about the Kosovo parliament?
You're asking me very tough questions about this person number one, but you're right, and I respect you because you're doing your job. I respect everyone in this courtroom. Now, person number one did not know, I think he didn't even know himself, let alone the Kosovo parliament. Please don't put me on the spot. He's what he is. And don't please create additional problems to me and my family, because I've already had a hard times, and I went through an ordeal, and there's no person in Europe who's gone through what I've gone through the last 25 years.
Let me ask it a different way. Do you have any interactions with any members of the KLA where they expressed an opinion that they didn't recognize the Parliament of Kosovo in 1998?
I already said that there were individuals, including within the KLA, who did not recognize the official institutions in Pristina. There were individuals also within the political parties in Kosovo who spread negative propaganda, did not recognize the institutions, and as a result of this propaganda, we are here today, which we do not deserve, and we should not be here.
Did there come a point after the questioning took place where you had an interaction with a person named Tahir Desku?
Po,
Yes, I remember.
Your conversation with Hashim Thaçi?
kjo ka ndodhur
This took place, I'm not sure if it was shortly before or shortly after. I really don't know for sure. I don't want to speculate. I do know that he came into the classroom. That classroom where there were beds. And I also knew Tahir Desku from Pristina.
And describe what he was wearing when he came into the classroom.
ai ka qenë
He was a proper soldier wearing a uniform. He entered the classroom, but when I saw it was him, I was surprised because I didn't know he was there.
You said that he was in a uniform. Did he have a gun in his hand?
po, kishte një
Yes, he had an automatic weapon in his hands. Because those who didn't really fight, they either took photographs holding weapons or so they did this to promote themselves. He was one of those.
And did he ask to speak with you privately
Oh.
or go to a corner in the classroom?
shiqani,
Before the war, my brother had a restaurant in Pristina, and for a time. And to my recollection, now he's passed away, but Tahir often used to come to my brother's restaurant and we never let him pay because he was in a difficult economic situation. Because we have great solidarity in Kosovo. Whoever could solidarize with others. When he saw me, he came directly to me, to the bed where I was sitting, and talked with me.
And what did he tell you?
shiqa, më i thonë drejtën,
If he were alive, I wouldn't care to speak ill of him, but if you speak ill of somebody who is dead, that's not good. And we have a saying that you should speak only good words about someone who is dead.
por
But he was not a credible person, and I didn't take him seriously.
Well, can you tell us what he said before you tell us whether you took it seriously or not? Why don't you tell us what he said to you?
kisha përshtypje dhe isha
I was sure that, because I knew him from Pristina, that he was under the influence of alcohol. He has done some very bad things to Kelly. Because you cannot drink and also fight.
My question, though, is what did he say to you in that classroom? What did he say to you?
ai dashti me më fregu mu,
He wanted to scare me. And he said, tonight you are going to get killed. And I'm sorry for you. He said, don't worry. I said to him, don't worry, nobody will kill me. And I didn't take what he said seriously. My colleague said, what did he tell you? And I said, nothing. I didn't want to create panic because I knew Tahir Descu. We just wanted to return to Pristina and not encounter any Serbian forces, but not that we would have any problems with KLA. And we didn't have after that time. The KLA always supported us.
If we can go to 034263 at the bottom in the English, and 034280 at the bottom in the Albanian. So you're describing Tahir Descu coming into the room, and in the middle of that paragraph, you describe there were tears in his eyes. He said that the HQ had passed a decision. He said that 3 of you are going to be shot and killed tonight. I asked him who. He said you, George, Mehdi Bardi, and Agim Krasniqi. Let me just ask a question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Let me just ask a question now that I've read that to you. So is that the conversation that Tahir Descu told you that HQ had passed a decision and that it wasn't just you, it was 3 of you, yourself, Mehdi Bardi, and Agim Krasniqi, who were to be shot and killed?
First, I don't think that the headquarters, the staff was in that school. It was a concoction, a lie of Tahir Descu. Were he not dead, I would have given you a very clear qualification as to who is. But I want to spare him being dead. If he had tears in his eyes, that was because of the raki, the drink. And someone who drinks can say anything in the name of this or that, but that is not true. From that conversation with him, nothing happened, we were not worried, nobody came to knock on our door. So it's a fabrication on his part.
When he said this to you, you answered him by saying that you would stand in front of your friends. You didn't say, I don't believe you, go away. You said, and at the end of that same paragraph, I asked him to write with that pen the treason committed in Kosovo because George is a man of Kosovo. If you kill George, it means you kill the future of Kosovo. I insisted not to kill my other friends, but to kill only me because I was the leader of that group. And I wanted to have as few victims as possible. So you didn't say I told him because I didn't believe him. You said you wanted as few victims as possible. So you did believe him that night, didn't you?
No, I did not. But I'm saying here now, if I were heading a group and let's say we encountered Serbian forces, I would have told them, kill me, but not my friends. That's part of my DNA and my family. It's better to sacrifice one person if that is required rather than all. But because it was Tahir Descu who told this, I took it with distrust. We are alive, as you see, but nobody came to our door even to knock. So that was his fabrication. Maybe I thought that they had decided to do that, and I said, then kill me and let my friends return to Pristina. But then I realized It was something made up by him. Why he did that, I don't know. He is not alive. But it had got nothing to do with the KLA general staff.
Was that your understanding of what headquarters mean? Is that that's another word for the KLA general staff?
Unë nuk e kam njohur njerëz të shtabit.
I didn't know the people of the staff. I didn't know where it was based or what it thought. Only one thing I know, that it is the staff that brought Kosovo liberation. Had that staff or the KLA not been in existence, I wouldn't be here, Kosovo would be deprived of Albania, and Kosovo would no longer exist.
If we look in that same paragraph, or towards the bottom of the page there, if you can just scroll up a little bit on the English. Thank you. At the end of that paragraph, you also say that after he left, after Tahir Descu left, the remaining members of the group of 13 approached me and asked what he had said. They asked what Tahir Descu had said to you. You said, in order to calm people down, I could not tell them I could not tell them 3 were going to get killed that night. I told them all was going to be okay and not to worry. As the leader of the group, I was forced to take responsibility and act as a leader of that group. So again, you didn't say you didn't believe them. You actually were focused on calming down the other delegates and not worrying them because you were going to take responsibility and stand in front of them. Is that right?
Knowing the historic mission, that of liberation by the KLA, knowing the suspicious credibility of Descu, and believing on the clean record, if you like, of all the members of the delegation from Pristina who were willing to get killed for Kosovo, but by the Serbs. I thought it like, I took what his words like I was having a espresso coffee. But, however, not to create panic, I told them, don't worry, there are good news. Tomorrow we are returning to Pristina.
I'd ask the court if we can bring up what I believe is in evidence as P00158 and its corresponding P00158-ET.
Microphone, please.
Zoom in the Albanian on the right side of the screen. And in the English, if we can go to page 2 of the PDF, I believe the ERN at the bottom is 043805. And in the Albanian, it's the opposite side of the document. If you can scroll over to the right. Thank you. Sir, do you see that where there is a press release of the Military Police Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army from 23 September 1998? By the way, is that the day that you gave that press conference? Is that the day that you got back to Pristina? 23rd of September?
Nuk jam I sigurt
I'm not sure whether it was 22nd or 23rd, one of the two.
And the title of that is Investigations Continue on 3 Suspicious Persons. And it reads, based on information from the KLA Intelligence Service on 20 September 1998, at about 12:15, the KLA military police arrested 13 syndicalists, quote, institutionalists, party representatives in the village of Cherez, Drenica, for their divisive, partisan, schismatic, institutionalist, anti-liberation, war propaganda, for handing over weapons, and for a temporary solution of Kosovo's political status within Serbia that they had been conducting on the ground. After conducting investigations in harmony with the customs of war and the KLA military police's regulations of work, these representatives were released from their arrest on 23 September 1998, so it says you were released that day. Whereas, even though George Dedi, president of the Kosovo Liberal Party and self-appointed vice president of the Kosovo Parliament, and Agim Krasniqi and Mehdi Bardi, senior functionaries of the LDK, were released, investigative procedures will continue against them until a decision is made by the competent organs of the KLA. Those 3 names, those are the same 3 names of people that Tahir Descu came and told you that HQ had said were going to be shot and killed. Is that right?
I don't know who has signed that. And the unsigned document is part of propaganda, media propaganda.
Sir, that is not my question. My question is it the same 3 individuals that Tahir Descu said? Let me just finish my question again, sir. Is it the same 3 individuals that Tahir Descu told you that HQ had decided would be killed?
If we were to quote Tahir Descu and have him speak on behalf of the staff, it's like having Vucic speak on behalf of the KLA.
So is that a yes, that it's the same 3 members, or a no?
The names are the same. We couldn't change the names. They called me George, which in English is George, that's me. You cannot change, and I don't want to, I don't wish to change my name.
How long were you detained for, the group?
Did it?
2 days, 48 hours. Detained, but not arrested. And after the conversation we had with Hashim Thaçi, everything changed and we didn't have any problems. Then pseudo-patriots from the diaspora sitting at comfortable hotels and media and so on, they may have written what they liked. But from what I've seen in Kosovo regarding the weapons, I would have given them nuclear weapons to use, because the Serbs violated our women, killed our children, and tortured our country.
Who was in charge of your detention from your arrest to questioning, or from the beginning to the questioning?
ju kam tregu disa herë, edhe gjatë
I have repeated it even during the days we discussed together. I told you what my opinion was about the most important person there who made decisions.
If we can go back to 034236 to 034287, and specifically in the English at 034262, and in the Albanian, the bottom of 034280. If we can just go up a little bit on the English. Oh, I'm sorry, go up towards the top. Thank you. Okay. You say, the prosecutor asks you, who is they? You say Hashim at all times was the leader of that group. Sabeketsi was there as well. He kept coming in and out. The prosecutor then asks, when you say Hashim was the leader, what do you mean? Your answer, he was the leader for the whole event. Prosecutor asks you, do you mean from your arrest to the questioning? Your answer, yes. Since I did not know them, I got to know who was the authority there, because he was the one deciding, interrogating us all the time. He wanted to discredit us, thinking that we would get scared because of what was happening. So was Hashim Thaçi the leader of this whole event, in your words?
I explained to you several times. You are turning me back, asking me the same question. Of course, it's your right. I met Hashim Thaçi in Baitz 2 hours after we arrived there. And the statements I have given, because of my discharge from the position of deputy minister, my emotional state, and a lot of attacks against me by other people, I thought that behind them was Hashim Thaçi. But later I realized that this was done by other people to discredit Hashim Thaçi and me. And these are my arguments, and you can prove them. I saw Hashim Thaçi only 2 hours after we arrived in Baitz. And I can say in full moral penal responsibility that it was a good thing that I was chairing the delegation and that President Thaçi was there.
But you didn't just say that Hashim Thaçi was at least one of the people in leadership of this whole event. You said it back into, you didn't just say it after your discharge from being a deputy minister. You said it back in 2001 to UNMIC. You said that Hashim Thaçi, Sabeketsi, and Recep Salimi were the main leaders of this, and that's 034135 to 034141, read 2 in the middle of the page on 034140. And you also said that the individuals that ordered the illegal detention and beating of yourself and other victims were Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Sabeketsi, and that's 034126 to 034127. And that's at the bottom of the first page to the top of the second page in both languages. So you didn't just say it after your discharge, you said it all the way back in 2001. Is that right?
Shëqa, që në 2001
From 2001 and after the war, I was misinformed. I heard misinformation regarding various important KLA figures. Now, if a lie is repeated over and over again, one may end up believing it. They misled me into thinking that Hashim Thaçi could have allegedly been responsible or guilty also of our detention. I never heard or saw Hashim Thaçi giving an order. Now, this is in 2001, and you seem to have forgotten. I don't understand the context we're dealing with. And we're reburying family members and their burned bodies. How can one in such circumstances give credible and reliable statements? You're not taking into account this.
When did your detention come to an end?
Mas 48
48 hours later. No, sorry. You're not giving me time to explain. On the next day of the second night, an offensive launched by the Serbian forces was progressing towards the school. Now, somebody came into the classroom. I'm not sure whether it was Hashim Thaçi or somebody else. In any event, I met with Hashim Thaçi in the courtyard, and he said we need to leave as soon as possible because the Serbian forces have attacked the area. And the school was shelled on that very evening. The Serbian forces wanted to catch us alive, kill us, and blame the KLA for that. Just like they did in the Panda case cafe, when they tried to discredit and blame the KLA. So, and it is because of this process of discrediting and blaming others that we are here today. I have never in my life witnessed, heard, or seen a case where victims are put on trial.
All right, so you're saying your testimony now is that you're not sure who came into the classroom, but you saw Hashim Thaçi in the courtyard? Is that what you're saying now?
Shqeqanin, jeni ka mendoni se kjo
You are viewing this as if this event happened today, and if I'm supposed to have all this recorded in my mind. This happened 25 years ago. At a time when I was collecting body parts of my family members, of our loved ones, and to this day we still have over 1,700 disappeared. And you're expecting us to be flexible, accurate, precise, distant. This is impossible. I'm a human being as well. You might think certain things about Albanians, but I'm a human being. I don't know if Hashim Thaçi came to the doorstep or came inside or said, stand up and leave. But what I do know is Hashim Thaçi wanted to protect and save us because he didn't want us to be killed by Serbs and have the KLA blame the KLA for that. This is the essence of it. I cannot know, and nobody can know the exact time, minute after minute, how it happened and this and that, because there were armored military vehicles coming towards us, there were tanks shelling us, and I'm grateful to them because they saved us.
Sir, do you recall when we met at the end of last week that you actually made a clarification to one of your statements about this very part of what happened? And this is at the preparation note, the specific page is 116776, paragraph 31. And you specifically said, as a correction, to make sure that your statement was clear and it was read back to you and you confirmed it, that Hashim Thaçi came into the classroom and he was very concerned. Thaçi told you, get up.
Yes, this is what I'm explaining. But you're not letting me speak either.
Let you speak. Let me just finish my question. I'm reading back to you what you said as your clarification. You said that Hashim Thaçi came to the classroom and he was very concerned. Thaçi then told you to get up and get ready. We need to get moving because the Serbs are coming. You didn't say anything about the courtyard and that you may have run into him there. You said specifically that he is the one that came in and told you all to get up and to leave, to get ready to leave.
Yes.
Can I ask you now, how's that important if he was 1 meter outside the classroom by the doorstep or 10 centimeters inside? The act is important.
Answer questions.
Okay, Sr. Nani.
I understand. I will do so, Your Honor.
In the course of being released and being told to get up and get ready, were you released directly from the schoolhouse in Bajca, or did you go somewhere else?
No, we got into vehicles. Civilians were moving in tractors, trailers. Everybody was leaving the area to move away from the Serbian offensive. And then we reached the village of Čirez, where we were told, about these investigations and things, and everything was fine. Everything was in order, and now we were just considering options how to get back to Pristina.
If we can go to 034236. I'm sorry, the specific page is 034265 in English, and the middle of 034282 in Albanian. So you were asked whether you saw some of the persons mentioned again, but part of your answer, you start by saying, yes, they were in the column with us, but we went in different vehicles. They did not actually release us until that evening when we were brought back to Čirez. So it says they first talked to each other, they talked to each other, then first took us to a house on the outskirts of Čirez. So were you put in vehicles and driven back to Čirez from Bajca with Hashim Thaçi?
This was not in the evening, because Bajca and Čirez are close to one another. It's a short distance. I cannot be sure, but I think it's between 4 and 5 kilometers. We arrived in Čirez sometime in the morning hours.
Vehicle, when you were driven in the vehicle, do you recall any well, first of all, who was driving the vehicle?
I didn't know the drivers. I had never seen the driver.
Was...
Sorry, are you referring to the travel from Bais to Shiraz. I don't know who was the driver, so that we can be precise.
Thank you for that clarification. Then when you Sabit Getzi was the driver, and Vili Bitucci and I were in the back seat. And then I'm going to skip just so I don't have to read. We only have 3 minutes left. Then in the middle of that paragraph where I just asked you about the news on the radio, you say they switched on the radio to listen to the news, and we heard that the Minister of Defense, Ahmet Krasniqi, was assassinated in Tirana. Hashim and Sabit were very pleased. They were enthusiastic, actually. They talked to each other. We could not understand what they said, but they were very happy. Do you remember that in the car ride?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember. I don't think it happened. They might have talked to one another. I don't know the content of that conversation.
You don't know the content of the conversation between Hashim Thaçi and Sabit Getzi.
No. Jo,
No, absolutely not. And to tell the truth, I was focused on my thoughts and on how to get back to Pristina, how to get back to my family. I was not listening to what they were saying. They were part of the war. We were part of the politics. We were sitting in the back. They were in front. I don't remember a single word of their conversation.
Conversation that Sabit Getzi had with you, where he told you that not 13, but 12 of you would be going back to Pristina, and that he said Agim Krasniqi would not actually, that he would be killed. Do you recall that, Sabit Getzi saying that?
mirë, a keni
Now, are you planning on destroying me and my family as a court? Are you planning on...
po,
Yes, yes. No, we are in a closed session now. I want to be in a closed session now.
To what, about what?
se nuk du mu
Because I do not want to answer publicly about these to questions involving these persons. I actually asked for this, for my testimony to be given in private session, and you denied this request.
Session temporarily. I'm sorry, private session.
Your Honors, we're in private session.
All right, witness, you are in private session now. Now listen to the question and answer it directly. Do not add
Falenderoj.
other
Thank you, Your Honor.
It'll be at least the 5 that we have reserved.
From,
We have no
Say-
change from our estimate. I think we have a half an hour estimated, and we have no change.
okay,
Mr. President, we have 3 estimated. I would hope to cut that down, but we'll see how it goes with the witness.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ellis?
Your Honours, we have 1 hour estimated. I think it's much more likely to be of the order of half an hour.
Okay, thank you very
and,
much.
Also half an hour for the other, for the next witness after that,
Okay.
I think.
All right, then, we are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.